and welcome to a very different stream. Hopefully my hotkeys work. They did, except for that one. There we go. But yeah. Howdy. Thanks for stopping by. Today's a different sort of stream. We're gonna be doing a visual novel, so there'll be a lot of reading, to say the least. But I hope it'll be a good time, and I'll be doing a lot of reading with the lovely Naked Arcade Bubbles, because this tends to be more of what Bubbles does for his streams. But yeah, I'm assuming we'll probably read off this intro together before hopping into the game. But yeah, I'm gonna let Bubbles on in, and we should be good to go. If I can remember my things. Nope. Okie dokie, I'm ready whenever Bubbles is.
Hey, Tom.
Hi, Bubbles.
Yeah, I was just explaining to my silent chat just how freaking stupid and crazy, like the reason things went wrong for me for trying to set up and why we're half hour late is because when I downloaded the game and it turns out the game's 32-bit, newer Mac OS does not like that. But normally there's a warning on the Steam page that's like, hey, this shit won't run on your computer. But for some reason, this didn't have that. So, like, I installed it. It's just like, oh, this will be fine. And then it's just like, no.
I don't think I've ever run into a scenario where a 64-bit doesn't run, or a 64-bit doesn't run 32-bit. But then again, I have zero experience with Macs.
Yeah, the newer, like, everything since Catalina has just been a shit show with Mac.
Lovely.
Like, they're actively getting worse. Like, Big Sur, the most recent one, has been crashing a lot. Hello, Greg. How are you?
And howdy the era.
Yes.
I have both tabs open, so I can spot both of them.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm ready to get into this Korean visual novel, which...
How
sorry, Greg.
Do these usually... How do these usually go for you?
What... Well, what do you mean? Like...
As in, like what's the... Is it just like we as characters arrive, we just select who's gonna be doing the voices?
Yeah, that's how me and Chords do it pretty much.
Okay.
This is gonna be a bit weirder just because like I'm like, unlike Umineko, which I do with Chords, I haven't read this before. Oh, Tom's a bit loud. I can turn him down.
Make me go shush.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I'd say we could start, but now Carnus and Calvi are being coy, and I'm squinting.
Oh. The news.
The news.
I like the news.
It's nothing bad, but you say, but I squint when it's just like.
Oh, did you get a job?
That would be neat if Carnus did in fact get a new job. Hi, folks. Yeah, Windows does do a decent job at letting backwards compatibility. Give it 5 more seconds for Apcarnus to properly give news, or we're just gonna have to move on.
Honestly, like, it wouldn't have been an issue if because like oh, thanks for the host, Greg. Sorry, my stream labels was a bit covered up. But yeah, you're the host. But yeah, like it wouldn't have been an issue if it weren't for the fact that like, unlike all the other 32-bit apps on Steam, this didn't have a warning.
Hmm. Got it. Oh, it looks like
But I got
AppCarnist
it
is
working.
gonna hold out today. So,
Mm.
guess we can go. Are you on the intro or are you on the main menu?
I'm on the home screen.
I'm on the intro.
I'm just on the main menu.
Well, there's an
So-
intro before the main menu.
Okay.
Should I read it out or do we just skip it? And...
Because you read it out
Okay.
because I don't.
Hey, guess what? I've got a job that you're gonna love. Nice and easy. It's strictly a salvage mission. No crazy shit. I promise. One of those old pre-FTL generation ships from the 2000s, the Mungungwa, however the hell you pronounce that, just popped up on my radar. Its disappearance was apparently some big unsolved mystery. Never made it to its destination, I guess. It's just drifting lifelessly in orbit of Antares B. I'll send you the exact coordinates. It's pretty hard to get a visual on. Probably why nobody's found it before. Sponsor for this one is a historical society from the other outer colonies. Here's what the objective card says. Download any log files you can, especially any that explain what happened to the ship. If possible, speak to the security AI *mute for assistance. It's a good and easy gig, and I want you to take this one. Should be asocial enough for you, and I don't want to hear any complaints. Dispatch control out. And that's the intro.
Nice. So yeah, the plot of this is we are a salvage explorer person, and we're going to like this abandoned ship, and like we're looking at their like data logs to figure out what the hell happened.
So we are Dead Space and Tacoma.
I know what Dead Space is. What's Tacoma?
Tacoma's the game from the Gone Home devs. That was their game after that, which is all about going to a spaceship and figuring out what the hell happened to it.
I mean, yeah, it probably sounds a lot like that.
Except visual novel and probably not so many interactive ways as exploring a 3D space.
Well, yeah, but so let's hit new.
Let's do it.
Connection established.
Beep-a-boop-a-boop.
Notice this system is property of the Unified Korea Space Probe Agency. Access by individuals not affiliated with the UK SPR or a successor organization is a felony under the UK SPR Act of 2381, and you will be shot. Last login was Kim 221432 days ago. Error. AI personality currently disabled. Reverting to command line. Available commands. Download. Disable AI. Enable AI. Help. SU. Quit. So I assume we have to make sure we're doing the same things. So
Yes. I'm assuming we should turn on the AI. So enable AI.
Enable AI. Usage. Enable AI personality. Used to select a new AI personality. Any active personality must be disabled first. Currently available personalities. Human I.
Do we want to disable that though? I don't know.
No, I think that's just the only personality that we have available to enable. But it's interesting that it has the same
do we
name
just-
as the last
Yeah.
computer.
Do we just hit exclamation point? Hayune? I'm gonna try and type that in. Because it wants us to select an AI personality, and it says that that's the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on.
Enable personality Hyun-A. Okay, success.
How did you type it in? Because I
Personality.
didn't get it. Oh, enable AI.
Type-
That's what I need to do.
Personality
Wait.
Hyun-I
Yeah.
is now activated. You may now close this terminal with quit. And so just you got it?
Mother. Oh, wait, it doesn't want the brackets. Damn it.
Yeah, no.
And I misspelt it. God damn it. This is why I don't code. Because I would have to double check myself constantly. There we go. We can now close the terminal. Quite. Damn it. Okay, quit. Oh, hi, anime girl. Who gets to be this lovely voice? Me?
Sure.
Hello. Oh my word. An external connection. Someone out there? It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. Oh, geez. I'm being discourteous. My apologies. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hayunai. The star is, of course, silent. It just represents that I'm an AI. I control
I'm going
all...
to be saying the star.
Are you going to say star or asterisk or...
She said star, so.
I control all the log-keeping systems on the Mungungwa, or at least what's left of them. Please, just excuse me for 1 second. I'll give you a terminal so you can respond. There you are. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, what's our name gonna be?
Oh, I was just going to say hi because you start introducing yourself by saying hi. But a name seems more apt.
It wants our name. I think it wants our name.
I'll let you pick the name.
Tombles.
Tombles?
Tombles.
Okie dokie. Ah, geez, my apologies. I don't know why, but what you typed just looked like garbage to me.
Oh, maybe she did want us to say hi.
That's bad. I think there may be a problem with my language parsing systems. Sorry. Somehow your input is getting mangled between the terminal and me. I'm terribly sorry. Let me just try something. Can you understand this?
Okay,
little buttons now. Yes. All right. Very well. We have that at least. I'm afraid if we can't get text input fixed, that'll have to suffice. Good, because
it's a clever way of making it so that it's not like too much freedom in a visual novel.
Yeah. And I appreciate it because I am terrible at quickly typing. I'm terribly sorry. It must be difficult being unable to say anything. This might be difficult then. Well, nevertheless, as the archive system AI, I'll do my best to try to help you navigate these records anyway. Unfortunately, it might be a little difficult since, well, without language parsing, you won't be able to do text searches either. Don't worry though, it's my duty to provide assistance with archive functions. I'll do my best. Right, let me see. Try to provide you with a sampling of logs to start out with, and you can just show me things that you want more information on. I hope that'll be acceptable to you. That's all I can do. Well, that's all I suppose. Pardon me, let me just build you an interface to work with so you don't have to struggle with the terminal. Very well, it's all set. And I suppose this is a little bit awkward, but can I just say one more thing before you get to work?
Do we want to be nice to her or?
My default is nice, but we could just be sassy.
I mean, my default is nice also. But also sassy might be more entertaining.
Conundrum. Be nice or be entertaining and a douchebag. It's too hard. I can't decide. And also, I'm not good at being a douchebag.
Yeah. Although, ooh, that might be fun though.
Too late. I already hit yes.
That was great.
I'm just very happy to be working.
Say yes.
With you. I already hit yes. It's very happy to be working with you. I've had nobody to talk to for such a long time. It got so lonely. Having someone to talk to is just really, really amazing. I thought maybe I never would again. Sorry about the communication barrier, but even still. Jeez, I'm babbling. I won't hold you up any longer. Here's your interface. I hope it's good enough. Speak with Hyunai, access log documents, use override terminal, or no messages.
We do have some messages.
I have.
They were just not. There's none of
Oh,
them
no
in
messages
red.
red. It's true. We have a pack of idiots, Dear Smith, and the new heir.
Let's start from the top.
Pack of idiots it is.
I think I'll take it.
Go for it.
When our family falls into decline, I just want it to be perfectly clear why. It's because Daehyun's sons are the biggest collection of idiots on the entire ship. Father says these sorts of words shouldn't be written down, calling them unfilial. But I'm skeptical. I intend no disrespect to my noble ancestors. But my dead uncle is no ancestor of mine, and his family deserves no respect. This has been in motion for years now. It was an inevitability even that any sons of Daehyun would turn out the way they did. But up until now, to anyone outside of the family, it's been well hidden. Only now is it starting to fall apart in a way that no amount of good politics can disguise. The turning point was this year. At the time I write this, I'm returning from Sang-jun's funeral. In that family, there were 3 brothers: Sang-jun, the drunk; Sang-kyu, the dim-witted brute; and Sang-min, who, despite being the eldest, seemed to have more interest in cavorting with courtesans than creating an heir. Noticeably absent from the mourning proceedings was Sang-kyu. What he was doing, I do not know. Knowing him, I can only guess. The affair was made even more laughable by Sang-min and his widowed mother's insistence that Sang-jun had died of natural causes. Apparently they had even found a doctor willing to put out such nonsense on the official record. A married noble managing to drink his way into the grave at only 30 years of age would be embarrassing enough. To brazenly try to hide this obvious, however, that will mark the beginning of the Smith family's fall.
Wow.
Kind of weird that it's like Sang-yoon Smith.
Here, I was just gonna be like, it could be like a whole English name type of deal, like some immigrants and immigrants' kids choose to do, but I have no idea.
Hit the thing, the flashing thingy at the bottom.
Got it. Oh, hello. Actually, I was just testing that indicator icon to see if it'd get your attention. It succeeded. I just thought, it'd be a good way of letting you know when I have something to say. I mean, like, if I think it's super important, I can always just interrupt you, but I don't want to distract you if I can help. I mean, that sucked, right? What kind of computer program forces herself onto you right in the middle of you trying to work? So, I'll try not to do that. Anyway, that's all. I guess it worked. Carry on. I'll set the indicator again if I want to tell you something.
Or you can't hear that, Greg? Sorry, just more technical issues.
I can't hear it, which might be a blessing.
Well, that one wasn't. That's weird. Okay, now that's weird because like it's set, like OBS says that it's like that audio is happening. Oh wait, actually, maybe. Nope, output's on. The water effect.
Oh. This is actually convenient. If you hit the ABC, there's a pronunciation guide.
Oh.
Very simplified rules to help you pronounce Korean names. Most consonants are pronounced as in English except for the following when they're at the beginning of words. Family names are written in their traditional English spellings. Car, May is A-E. E, pet. E-O is O is O. I is E. As in beat. U is as in rule. E-U is ooh, as in O, as in as in book.
I'm not gonna remember that.
Neither am I, but my head's probably just gonna default to Japanese romanization for a lot of it, where it's just A-E-I-O-U is A-E-O-U.
Well, I guess we'll have to just go without sound alerts, unfortunately.
Rip.
Wait, I'm gonna see if this works. Did you hear that? Well, well, weird. Anyway, we can deal with it. But yeah, okay. You hit back, and then there was a thing on the left that said something about a message.
Yeah, it says show message. I'm assuming to Q.
Hit the show message.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, just stuff to say.
So here's the background, I suppose. There were two major noble families on the Mungun. The Kims were the big one, as I'm sure you can see. The Smiths were the other major family, but I'm afraid I can't really tell you very much about them. They were the most important family on the ship until just before the end. The High Magistrate was a Smith until the very last year, even. I can give you a little bit about them for reference, so you can see who the Kim men thought their big enemy was. The Smiths didn't really matter very much at the end, so I can't... Well, I don't know much about them. I certainly never met any of them, so I'm just going off of what I've read. Here, this should give you an idea of what I mean.
Oh, that's...
Isn't that the same?
Okay,
yeah, it's the same.
Okay, we can just hit down to go to the next message.
Oh, okie dokie.
Oh, Sojin. Let's read the show message first this time.
Got it. Sorry, I don't really think there's anything else about them you'd find relevant.
I guess they're all the same.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're all part of the same message pack.
I suppose I can take this one. Oh, Sojin. A 923 year 315. Despite having hardly shown their faces in the entire time I have lived in the Smith house, the second branch of the family has taken it upon themselves to visit again, a week after we were forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all the way away at the door. No matter how poor taste their timing was, so what other choice did we have but to let them in? Husband wanted to have nothing to do with them, being distracted by Zhangmi, and mother-in-law had been hiding in her room, leaving it to me to entertain them. Downside of not knowing Korean names, I cannot tell if they're supposed to be females.
Fun. Keep the voice.
Of course, as I had sent their son to go see our daughter, cousin-in-law Kyung Sam, made it quite clear that it was not that sort of visit. His wife just sat there, silent, while he ripped into me. I couldn't write down all his words, it was simply one line of abuse after another. Apparently, we were blamed for Song Kyu leaving before they showed up, for wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband's shocked reaction at his brother's deaths. In fact, we were to be blamed for his death itself. All he kept shouting about was how embarrassing for the family it was that a nobleman of the Smith house had been allowed to drink himself to death, as if the real tragedy was that it looked bad. I might have felt bad about Songjun dying, but the rest of the family did. To hear such words making light of their loss was appalling. Yet he kept going, shouting awful thing after awful thing until finally, the most unexpected thing happened. Mother-in-law entered the room. "What is going on here?" she asked. He stood up. "I was just passing on a message to the son's wife about his disgraceful conduct since he won't show his face himself." Then he added, "I'm embarrassed to be a Smith right now. Do you think people don't know about our family's shame? Do you have any idea how much of a fool I look like? I never saw a more terrifying expression in someone's face. She just glared at him. Finally, she said, "Yes, but you clearly do not, or you would have lowered your voice." It took him a moment for that to register, and he was just shocked.
Girl.
But mother-in-law wasn't done. "Please leave. Now." They stared at each other for a good while. Mother-in-law naturally won, and with a scowl, Kyung-sam and his family departed. When they left, I turned to her. "Thank you," I said. But she just shook her head in disgust and exited to her own room without another word.
Just I seem to know what this game is.
Yeah, apparently. I do not. Also, hi, Dad.
And also, Greg says, "Don't look for the ocean if it disappears." I don't know the context for that.
I'm trying to think of what the context. Oh. Disappears is a different connotation than recedes. But yeah. Yeah, if there's suddenly a very dramatic low tide, get the fuck out.
Yeah, but like if there's suddenly just no sea, then probably call NASA or something. Because the aliens probably took it.
Why would aliens want our water?
I don't know, because it's rare.
That's fair. That's fair. Do it.
Convincing the man Bradford to get their act together. Clearly, there isn't any of that pack of idiots that goes out. Now, I can only hope that the self-destruction is quick, such that when it's my son's turn to pick up the pieces of the Smith's name's reputation, he will do it as soon as possible. He seems far less worried about it than I am. Of course, he's only a child, but the boy is mature for his years, and perhaps there's wisdom in his calmness.
All we have to do is be better than them, right? Yeah.
He asked me while I was in a rage about the handling of the funeral.
Isn't that what gentlemen do? Lead by example.
Yes, right, of course. As a noble family, we're supposed to be an example to the middle classes and the commoners. And the slaves, perhaps so too, must we serve as an example for the family of the High Magistrate and his brother. Perhaps things will not be so doomed for my son after all. It'll be hard for him, of course. The main branch family continues on this path of decay. But if any boy will grow up to be able to put things right, I believe it is him.
Nailed it up until the end. It's an impressive voice.
Thank you.
Now what?
There's one more, and it's by Kyung-sam again. Oh wait, the first, third, and fourth ones are all the same one, same person. So gotta keep track.
I've given up on any attempts at convincing. Wait. Here comes the fall. At least nobody's going to say I didn't see this coming. News of saying Min has gotten sacked just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in this family. Temporary leave is described as, but it's obviously a political move on the part of the Emperor. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what he's playing at, too. He's hoping they'd make a move against Sangmin, push him over the edge, make him do something indispensably stupid, and use that as an excuse to shuffle him off for good. It's a good plan. It'll work. Meanwhile, the Kim family seem to be up on the rise, getting ready to fill the gap left by our collapse. Now it's all to my son. If he's not able to rebuild after all of this, then the whole family is doomed to permanent decline. Permanent decline! Everything rides on him.
And he'll fail. The voice you're doing is just like, I don't remember his name, but like the Emperor's aide if in Mulan.
Oh yes.
That's exactly what that voice reminded me of.
I think we hit the home button.
Okido.
Wait a
Looks
second,
like it has more unread messages.
I guess. Yeah. Okay, we have a new one.
Dear Smith, then? Or should we show this message to Hune?
Yeah, I think we should show it to her.
Okay. Oh, written by Mute. Whoops, I'm sorry, I don't really know how I got that in there. Yeah, don't pay attention to that. Sorry.
Oh shit.
None of that
Should've
really
read it.
matters. Just go ahead and remove that. Ah, fuck. Really, I'm not normally this much of a klutz, I swear. Shit. Well, that's gone. Also,
Whoops.
from another AI. So, yeah, we should maybe pay attention to those, especially.
Should we talk to her?
Again? Sure.
For the new heir?
Well, I suppose I can give you more about young Suk. I don't know, I don't think you'll really find him very interesting, but here you can see for yourself. This is a new voice, right? Trying to think of a voice. Kim Young-suk. When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this to disrespect his honor. It's the complete opposite. He knew it, and that was a far worse fate than he'd ever deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized we were supposed to be from a noble family. Certainly, we never had much of means. Father was a minor official in the interior decks, and spent his last days dealing with minor peasant disputes. Of all things, peasant disputes! With the poverty we lived in, no wonder it never really sank in that we were of noble blood. Not until I met the main family for the first time. They were proud, despite the fact that I now realized that they were suffering from our same lack of royal favor. But I could tell the difference. They hadn't given up. Their son was still alive at the time, and even though he was a child half my age, I couldn't believe his confidence. Put us to shame. Absolutely put us to shame. But their son died later that year. My father died just a few months ago. I didn't know what we were going to do, but Mother managed to convince Sister's husband to adopt me into the main Kim family. I don't think it took much. So now I'm heir, just like that. Kim Jung-soo's adopted son. Now that I have the time or position to be proud, but having spoken sincerely with my new father, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to study furiously, and I'm going to become a scholar official. What I didn't tell him was my ambition. I won't settle for any peasant jobs. I'll be better than that. I'm not going to stop until I manage to fulfill my father's dream. High Magistrate. I won't settle. I will not settle. I think Jung-soo expects me to disappoint him, but I damn well will not. If I'm heir of the Kim family, I'm not going to let him down. He wants prosperity, I'll give it to him. More importantly, I'm never going to let any other Kim son feel like his family doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Never again. I swear on my ancestors, never again.
Kind of hard to keep. I'm having a hard time So are the Kim family and the Smith family like the same family but just different branches? Or are they completely unrelated to each other?
I don't honestly know. It's very difficult to tell. I'm looking at the Kim family tree, which is the Korean character under ABC. And it just has blank. These are all the Kims. But it doesn't have the Smiths anywhere. Kim Joo-soo, married, all the marriages. Official genealogies don't list women. Normally, wives are noted by their family names, and daughters are omitted entirely. These are the relevant parts of what I was able to piece together from records. As far as the official genealogy is concerned, Yongsuk is heir of Jungsu, was adopted in 317. Names in red are women, means the name is forever unknown.
Yeah, I think there's just multiple people named Jungsu.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, the dates they lived are different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just gonna have to try to keep everything together. Or try to.
Youngsu. So I'll take her.
Mm-hmm.
Dearest mother, finally I believe Young Suk has gone comfortable with me. All it took was some time for me to earn his trust and many, many blowjobs. Learning how to read by watching over my husband's shoulder isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. I can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him, though. We've talked and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now, he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what married life is like, I think I can be happy with this. Getting along well, and I like him. I don't love him, but you know...
But he's all right in the bed. It's fine.
I mean, this... Perhaps it's not quite what I was led to expect, but it's still good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, Young Suk was reading over some papers for a dispute that Magistrate Park was deciding on. You wouldn't understand the details. It was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a particularly poor harvest.
I think I will tell the magistrate that the farmer is right. His claim is fair.
He told me. Might I take a look? I asked. Bemused, he handed the papers to me. It took a good while of studying, just to be sure after all. I wouldn't want to contradict my husband if he was right. But the farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up. I pointed this out to him. He not only listened patiently, but had me explain. He listened to a woman.
Unheard of.
Then you believe the farmer is trying to cheat his lord?
He asked. I did.
That is what I will report then.
Next day, he told me the magistrate agreed. And ever since then, he started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving math.
Women having opinions and being good at math? Impossible. In terms of the way this game seems to hark back to that day and age.
Yeah, with farmers and lords and spaceships.
Yeah, you know, back in the day of farmers, lords, and spaceships.
I assume they have, like, this is like a really big ship. Like,
yeah,
like if there's farmers farming on the spaceship.
Yeah, I don't. They did say it was. Didn't they say it was a colony spaceship?
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, it's likely it's a whole self-sustaining vessel.
Ecosystem. Okay, so this is Youngsuk again.
Heck. Gamer, thank you for the raid. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed your. I think you were doing trophy hunting in 7 Remake. Where are you at now?
I just went to the next letter. Just
the new friendship. Okay. Did we have a voice for Kim Young-suk?
Yes, he was the one before the wife.
Oh, so I'm gonna have a hard time placing where my voices were for any of these.
I think you did like normal.
Yeah, noble. Well, it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests, alarmingly serious. Amazingly fashionable. Hard as a rock. It's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal out of it means cultivating Magistrate Park's trust even more. Just having the invitation alone's a pretty good sign. I assumed we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead he led the other way. Oh, do you not wish to visit there? My son has a newborn child who is very, very conducive to entertaining guests, I am afraid, he said with a laugh.
Unconducive.
Unconducive. Surely you'll understand. Instead, we headed to the plaza. Outside of the occasional New Year's festivals, when I was a child, I had never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for details at the time, so I was surprised to see now just how richly decorated everything was. For it was essentially a giant market. Beautiful floral arrangements adorned every stall, wall, and partition. And rather than the commotion of a crowd, all I could hear was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market. There were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some of the prices of the signs I saw would make the Emperor blush. In that atmosphere, we ate They were $1. Ugh. In that atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful.
It was called Pizza Hut.
A Pizza Hut Wingstop combo. I don't know what the combination was, but
My wife is the one who is good at math.
better than anything I'd ever had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is. And I definitely don't plan on telling anyone the detail like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me. That when he was moved from his position, he'd like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for the position, but it would be a great stepping stone to the one I'm dreaming of. I remained calm, since I'm good at that, but it's the best news I've heard in my life.
Internally, I was squeeing.
It's like, ee. But I played it straight as best I could. New magistrate, Young Sung's wife.
One sec, I'm just looking at the family tree. Okay.
That's a good idea. Young Sung's father. No, okay.
Dearest mother, if you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed by the Emperor to the position of magistrate. He's taken over the office from Magistrate Park starting today, which is just tremendous for a man his age, of 7. I have no doubt that he was perfectly humble when he got the news, since he certainly has been while talking about it in front of father-in-law. In private, though, it's another story. Earlier, the family had a small feast to celebrate the news, and he had the same attitude then too. But afterwards, when everyone else had left or gone to bed, we stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, but he wasn't boastful either. He was just outright insecure. He was worried Becky was going to make fun of him.
Damn, Becky.
Wait, okay. He might not say it in front of you, but you know what?
He said to me as I poured him more wine.
He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is, of course, all because of him.
I said quietly, I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him.
Wait.
It was all about getting the Emperor's new groove.
Okay, yeah.
I said quietly, I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it. Please, mother, don't ever ask me why.
Okay, so Young Sung's wife did something. Doesn't matter,
He said,
That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted because High Magistrate Park, and I managed to make Smith look so bad that he had to get shuffled off. It's exposing the whoring and thuggery that did it, not the damned pale bride.
He said with annoyance. Well, that's how he is. You know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied,
I know. I just wish he'd acknowledge it. I just don't know how he can be so stupid as to not be proud of me, you know.
I know, I said. Well, let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good instead. How about we toast to your success instead? He used to do Master Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast. And I had just gotten it out of the toaster. He instead put out his glass. For a moment I was worried. Then he used that hand to grab my chin instead.
And for the first time ever, kissed me on the mouth? Dang! How long have you been married, girl?
Did oral before a kiss on the mouth. Impressive.
Yeah. Far sweeter than any wine.
He said to me. I wasn't sure if he meant the kiss or the success, but I agreed either way. And then we fucked.
The end.
The end. There's a lot of names that I'm trying to keep track of. It says something about the Pale Bride, which looks like
Yes.
Young Suk never had any, or was at the very least with this chain of events was apparently all of them died in 322.
Well, I mean, it fucked up, so.
Yeah.
Like, we're trying to figure out why everyone died then.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now what? Show it to Yoon, or?
No, I think just I went back to home.
Okay.
Let's try and speak to Hyune.
Okay. If you look in your interface, once you open a document, you can click on that little button of me to show me whatever it is. So, which subject do you wish to know more about?
Okay, that
Okay.
very helpful. So, messages seem to be the thing.
Mm-hmm. And then there's an override terminal. All right. You're in martial admonitions. Marital. God damn it. Slightly different.
Slightly.
This is a new voice. I don't remember Ryu.
To see who. If she's on the family tree.
I'm not seeing them on the family tree.
But although if you look to the next page of the family tree where it says, like, it says the Pale Bride, her name is Captain Ryu In Ho, so she's also Ryu. So I think I think this is the previous bride of the Emperor.
Oh. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think of a voice. To the women who will marry my husband, but please do not think that all of this is meant to say you will be unloved. You may be a second wife, but you are still the daughter of a noble house, and that is a precious gift to the Ryu family. My husband has faith that you will bring him a son, and this means all the world to him. Nor am I jealous, for you will relieve a heavy burden on our house, and for that I am grateful. I will no longer have to put up with his pushing rope. As proof of his affection for you, let me share with you one secret, which I have been permitted to tell only you. In honor of you, my husband, in his capacity as Captain and Emperor, has permanently changed his admin password to your birth name. My new sister... Go ahead.
Oh no, the emperor is named Ryu Ho. Wait. I wish I feel like it would help if I knew like Korean like naming traditions or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be similar to Japanese ones, where they present their family name first, then their personal name. So
wait,
Ryu is the family name,
Mhm.
and then the family name is carried by the males for marriage and
Right.
children.
I'm just confused on the family tree where it says Jungsu's son. Because, like, there's not any line connecting him to Jungsu.
Yeah. Actually, no. It's a very long horizontal line. There's 3 pairings underneath Jungsu. There's Eunmi and Park Kang-dae. There's Suhee and Oh Nam-kyu. And then there's Jungsu's son and the Pale Bride. Actually, no, they're not a pale. They're not a pairing. It's just
Yeah, so.
Jungsu had 4 children.
And the Pale Bride was one of them?
That's what it's looking like. Which it's just a lot to keep track of, and I can't quite place it all.
Okay.
Yet.
Okay. Oh, the next page. So Eunmi is a Kim. Like she was born a Kim. Soon-hee was born a Kim. And then I believe that the Pale Bride is also wait, no. Yeah, the Pale Bride is also a Kim.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah. Oh, okay. No.
and
Yeah.
and Young-suk was adopted into the family because his mother was a Kim. So it's like normally
Yeah.
like normally he wouldn't be made into he would be just like a branch family or whatever.
Mhm.
But because they gave it a special exception for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I got it. So her birth name is Kim something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Where was I? My new sister. I've already forgot the voice. My new sister. You will be brought into the Ryu family not as a mere lowly woman, but a symbol of power in the inner chambers. You will not only represent the continuation of the Ryu bloodline by providing him a son, but your very name will represent the power of the captain's computer. Understand this, Pale Bride. Your duty may be great, but you will be loved.
So we show this to Q&A.
Sure. Of course, the last person to hold the titles Captain and Emperor on the ship was Ryu Inho. Which of Captain Ryu's wives do you wish to know more about?
I'd say, Pale Bride.
Okay. Very well. She wrote a letter, so this is going to be tricky to filter. I guess I'll just start at the top, and I'll let you figure out what's important.
Okay,
that-
it on the title screen. Not the title screen, but the
The home.
home.
So then we'll go to Broken Promise? Or because I think that's the one that Hune added.
Yeah. I think actually, I think several of these might be new, but I'm not sure.
I think all of them are new, or at the very least unread. But
Yeah, they're definitely all red. Well, yeah, let's do Broken Promise.
okay. You get to be the Pale Bride.
There. Last week I woke up from cryostasis. Before I went in, Father promised me that when I woke up in the future, they'd have medicine again. I love chugging Pepto. That I'd finally get better. That I might not see him again, but his descendants would make everything right. But the future broke his promise. I'm scared and confused, and I don't get what happened. I think there was a big disaster while I was in stasis or something. Everyone's so fucking stupid. Father and Mother were kind of dumb at times, but the guy who woke me up, he might be named Ken, but he's nothing like that. Father was wrong. Nothing's better. The future fucking sucks.
Who knew that voice was going to be so fitting?
Oh wait, so we could have all of these are connected, so we can go up
Oh.
to
King Junsu. Have we voiced this character? I don't remember. There's so many.
There's also two Junsus.
Was there?
Oh wait, no, it's Junsu's
Jungsu's father, there's Jungsu, and then there's Jungsu's son.
Okay.
Just because I guess they're just not really named, so they're just fathers. What voice? What voice? The second month of Wait, were you gonna go? Or...
No, I was just making a joke.
That was a shitty voice anyway. I can't. I'm just gonna do normal voice for this one.
Okay.
Second month of the 319th year was one of great fortune for the Kim family. While on business, the captain and Emperor Ryu confided in me that he wished that I had a daughter of marriage age to give him, to take as a second wife. His first wife had been unable to provide a son and was becoming increasingly concerned that she never would. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give. My only son, young Suk, was still without child. Yet it was a perfect opportunity. This may sound fantastical, but I swear it is true. Passed on through the giant generations of the main branch of the Kim family is a giant egg of translucent luster, such that one can see the form of a sleeping child inside. Ah. Our form of a test tube child, apparently. She is known as...
Well, she said it was cryopod or something.
Well, yeah, she did wake up from that, yeah, but... A sleeping child? The Pale Bride is a child then? Or that she's
young.
aging while in the egg? I don't know.
I think she's just young. So it's like her exact age is instead, but she's young. So let's say like 60.
Yeah. She's known as the Pale Bride, and for the inscription on the egg, and she was entrusted in our family to be awakened during a great time of great prosperity. And as any man knows, prosperity is seized, not waited on. A daughter to provide the emperor with a son would elevate the family above the other noble house once and for all. Considering this, I promised the emperor that I did have a daughter who would soon be of marriage age to present him. Then I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride passed through the Kim family for years, could be adopted as my own daughter. She's a strange child, but will make a fine wife for the emperor. What good fortune this means.
I have a message from Hune flashing.
I do not.
Oh.
I can
ignore it then.
I hit the button, but she just asked me a question about the Pale Bride.
I'm gonna ignore her. I'll not ignore her then. Oh, she's
Thanks for paying attention to me. It's like I was saying earlier. I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long.
oh no, our paths are diverging.
The rut roll.
Last time we went around on the ship was year 322. By my count, it's now 499. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is? It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice to not have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through the old logs. Well, I read quickly. After the first few years, it really started to sink in.
The loneliness.
Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful. You never like it, but you get used to it in a way that sort of scares you. There was a whole 100 years that went by where I didn't have a single thought. Not a one, I just sat there idle. I didn't even notice, just I had been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy? I want to say, but that's not right. I guess maybe that doesn't translate. Anyway, the point is, I was lazy. And I decided to call my clock subroutine, and it turned out it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I'd called it. Scary. Geez, I'm rambling. Sorry, as you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. But my point is, I'm really happy to have someone out there.
Hopefully that didn't change too much.
Hopefully. Now I'm on Insufferable Child.
Yes. This is Youngsuk's wife, so.
Mm-hmm.
Dearest mother, do you recall how in my last letter I mentioned the pale bride being brought into the household?
Hey, OCCs.
I take back any kind words I might have said about her. That awful child is nothing but the most insufferable person I've ever met. Thought I would have had a little more time of peace. With Youngsuk's adopted mother visiting her own family, I've been given full responsibility over that miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss and the massive amount of pounding I was to receive? She is in trouble so often, one would think she were a boy. She acts like one, too. I suppose it can't be helped. She said she lived her first 12 years in the past.
Oh, she was 12. Okay.
Yee.
And I can see it. She certainly acts as though she's from a less civilized time. Just last night, she made a huge scene at dinner time. She kept rudely trying to leave the table in front of Youngsuk and father-in-law, loudly insisting that she was too sick to eat and that she needed her Pepto, whatever that was. She had said this before, too. I was worried, so I had a doctor examine her. She is, of course, in perfect health. When asked why she thought otherwise, she started talking about how pale and thin she was. She's not truly unhealthy. All she was doing was rubbing it in that she's far more delicate and beautiful than I. What a cruel little child. Why must she be so spiteful to me?
So I'm guessing, like, modern medicine was better than what they have. And or is it possibly just Andriak? Oh, you got the thing?
Yeah, I got the thing. I'm just running through it. And now we're back.
Have we showed these to Yune yet?
I don't think so.
Let's show them.
Oh, do you want more from Kim Young-suk's wife, or do you want the reply from her mother? I'm more interested in her and what the hell is happening with the Pale Bride in association with her.
Yeah, probably. She seems to be the more interesting one.
Very well. I can give you a couple from his wife. Here you are. Back to home then. Yeah, the new wife or the new girl?
I'll just start at the top.
New wife. This is Kim. Was Kim my royal voice?
I think so.
Young Suk. I need to call people by their personal names. Not by their family name, because everyone's named Kim. My
It
new
also
wife.
doesn't have pictures of them.
Yeah, that also would help. Because I'm also really poor with names. My new wife moved in last week and she's been pestering me ever since. Everywhere I go in the house, she's either following me or waiting outside the door. The first time it happened, it unnerved me like nobody would believe. Most recent time, I'd stopped being unnerved and moved on to just plain annoyed. I had only one thought. Why won't this silly girl just give me some peace? No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her to our home. Hours before she'd been hanging around in the room, I finally kicked her out when my mathematics tutor arrived. The session went without any hitch, aside from reminding me just how much I hate the damned subject. And after a few hours, he left. And who's kneeling right outside my door? It's her, of course. Have you been here the whole time? I asked of her. Of course she had. For the love of... We need to talk. So I brought her back in and sat her down at the desk. What is this? You're driving me insane. I don't have time to be babysitting you constantly, I said. I wasn't angry, just annoyed. But she looked alarmed all the same. For a moment, I was worried she was going to start crying. Instead, she just turned her head away. Do you hate me? She asked.
No, this is the other.
I thought I thought that he was talking
not
about the
the
Pale Bride.
It's not. This isn't the Pale Bride. This is his wife, the one who's good at math.
No.
Yeah, no, it's because at the beginning it says
my new wife moved in last week and she's been pestering me ever since. But his new wife? No, yeah, his new wife is literally. I said you should pay attention to the date. His new wife is just Hio. Okay. Sorry, I didn't get that. Women, why must they be so damn emotional? I reminded myself that I was talking to a female. Needed to approach this differently. Look, I said, you're very pretty, and I appreciate your trying. So no, of course I don't hate you. She looked back at me, seeming like she was holding back tears. Then, why don't you need me for anything? Is there nothing I can do for you? No, not unless you can help me study the classics. She looked down. Right now, nothing is more important to me than passing the civil service exam. Can you read? I don't remember the voice you gave her, other than just a little. She said, a little isn't enough, I replied. What if I sat in on your lessons? What if I sat in on your lessons? I could learn more. I'd be quiet, of course, please. I was about to say no, then I changed my mind and agreed. When I heard her next line, at least give me a chance to earn your approval, please.
Okay, so he started out as a dick to her, and then he got a bit better.
Yeah. Also, I have the new air is above that one,
Yeah.
which is also Kim. So let's do the new air. When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this to disrespect his honor. It's the complete opposite. He knew it. That was a far worse fate than he ever deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized we were supposed to be from a noble family. Certainly never had much of me. Wait,
We've already read
yeah. So it's giving us the context from before.
Right.
Yeah, it's giving us the context from before. Okay. Now, okay, then new happiness, Youngsung's wife.
Dearest mother, finally I believe Youngsuk has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time and blowjobs for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching.
Wait, we've read this already.
Yeah. You had the exact same joke.
My mind works in certain ways. Okay, so now the new girl.
Wait.
This is new.
Okay.
Dearest mother, it seems as though there will be a new girl in the family.
I hate her already.
I don't really understand the details, but her name is the Pale Bride, and it seems as though she's a 13-year-old girl who had been kept inside a giant egg through some sort of magical technology passed through the Kim family over the generations. As I said, I don't understand how such a thing is possible, but she seems nice enough with egg. Youngstook seems quite annoyed by her arrival. However, he explained to me why. The plans to offer her as a concubine to the Emperor. She's young and beautiful, and he's without a son, so it'll go a long way in currying favor. And that's bad, I asked him. Not strictly, he admitted.
But it means father doesn't have much faith in me. He doesn't believe that I can give the Emperor a son.
Me?
He's making
Surely
plans that
isn't
don't-
because I don't like them icky girls.
Now I'll never know if my success was my own merit or because the Emperor thinks the girl he'll give him is cute.
Did you even tell him your plan of working your way to becoming High Magistrate? He knows that. How can he think a contingency is necessary? I asked,
Good question, he said.
and left the room looking annoyed. To this date, those worries of his still seem to plague him, and I can't do anything to relieve him of that, not even with blowjobs.
It's a sad time indeed when blowjobs aren't the solution.
And we've read the next one. And we've read the last one.
Okay. Then home?
Yes. Cliche to remember.
Sure. It is from Hume. Namjo Nyobi. Men are honored, women are abased. If you can only remember one thing, remember this phrase. Then it just goes to the Kim family
What
tree.
does abased mean?
It's a good question.
To Google.
Definition.
Behave in a way that belittles or degrades. Awesome. So good for being
Yeah, they seem to not be fans of females.
kids. Let's show Hyune her sexism.
Really, that's just something you need to keep in mind when reading these laws. It was considered to be the natural way of things. But what do you think? That's stupid or makes sense?
Stupid.
Stupid!
Stupid.
I know, right? Just absolutely terrible and stupid. But that was normal. So try to keep that in mind. It's what everyone really did believe. Even nearly all of the women. If that sounds terrible to you, well, you must come from an awfully nicer society. Nicer by comparison.
Yeah. We don't have a catchphrase for it.
Yes.
Not a commonly accepted one. Let's show the family tree. Just down.
Yep. Sorry. I went back to the home. Okay, now I'm there. That's the end of the Kim family tree. As best as I could possibly manage to compile it. I'm afraid it's the best I could do. Ordinarily, women's names aren't ever put on genealogies, so I had trouble with those. I hope that helps you keep track of the family, though.
I guess speak with Hyune.
Okay. You're trying to find out more about the Pale Bride, right? You should try showing me a message from the person you'd like to read more entries about. Oh, sorry, you've heard that already, right? I think I just repeated myself there. Sorry, I kind of tend to do that. That's the problem with computers. They tend to respond in the same way of things. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help it. I won't mention it again, but, well, here, let me change something to try to make things less confusing for you. If the Speak to Me menu item or the Show Message button is grayed out, that means I have nothing new for you. Hopefully that will help. Otherwise, it's just a weird quirk that you'll have to accept. Sorry. Got it.
So,
Uh,
I'd say access log documents. It lets us see like everything we've read.
Okay. Search by ID. 4, 5, 9, and 10.
Let's start at 4.
So I think we're gonna have to be showing these things to Hyun or
Mhm.
Hyun I to get to have her dig up more information for us.
Right.
So where do we want to start for more information? The Pale Bride or
Yeah. Okay. I think the Pale Bride.
so let's go to block
Yeah.
5, click on Broken Promise, send it to Hyun, or show message to Hyun
That's
I.
not great. That's not grayed out. So.
The Pale Bride did keep an extensive diary. I'll try to find some more entries. Then we should be able to go to home and unread.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Held prisoner.
Oh. There. Today, I was forced to stay in the home all fucking day. I didn't get to leave yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that, or the day before that, or any other fucking day either. I want to write about how much the ship has changed since I was put into stasis. I can't even say it. I keep asking why I'm being kept prisoner, but no one will tell me. The woman who keeps bossing me around, she's a bitch. I'm dying her. I keep telling her I'm sick. That's why I was in stasis to begin with, but she won't listen. She just treats me like a fucking cat. God. I tried to argue with her. Look how pale I am. Look how pretty I am. God, can't you say I'm sick? I swear, I'm not making up what she said in response. Why must you be so rude? It's not polite for a girl to boast about her beauty. Beauty? I try not to cry in front of her. I've had to do a lot. I'm not beautiful. I have a compromised immune system. I shouted at her and ran away. I don't remember what she said back. Something about using big words. How stupid is she? Things like have and She hates me. I don't know why, but she hates me. That's not why I'm not allowed to go visit the ship plaza though. Jung Se, the man who keeps telling me to call him father, said the same thing. He promised that I would have a chance to leave soon though. I don't think he was being nice though. I'll write about him more later. Right now, I have to get to bed or that woman will get mad again. Bitch. So, woman's quarters. Dear diary, I got in trouble today, but for the first time, it was my own fault. A little. I still think sister-in-law was being crazy about it, but I should have known better. Now that I write that, it looks ridiculous. God, what is living with these people doing to me? The computer console in my room doesn't have anything in it. I don't just mean it doesn't have all the cartoons I brought from Earth, or any of my books or anything. I mean, there's literally nothing there for me to entertain myself with. Nothing. So I thought to myself
Not
that maybe
even
sister-in-law-
space pinball.
God, it's awful. It doesn't even have Looney Tunes. So I thought to myself that maybe sister-in-laws might be different, and I checked. It wasn't. So instead, I decided to just go check on father's study. Not sniffing or anything, just looking on his computer for bugs. I had thought that it might be bad, but my real father never would have gotten too upset. What could the harm be? I was in there for maybe 10 minutes, looking for anything that was even written in Korean. There was nothing, by the way. Every single book, symbols that look like Chinese characters. Every single one. I think maybe something terrible happened in the past that made all the computer data get deleted. And everyone forgot how to read Korean. And also, they also got really stupid. I don't know why, it just sucks. Anyway, I was only in there for 10 minutes searching through the console when young Suck walked in. I thought he was going to get angry, but actually, he just acted like he was really scarred. He didn't scold me when he dragged me out, he just looked really worried. Like, God. I only got in trouble when he brought me back to his wife. He told
His
her,
bitch.
"You have it." It's like, girl, do you know where she was? She was in the men's quarters, looking through father's computer.
Do you have any idea how he would react if he saw that? You're supposed to be watching her.
She apologized repeatedly to him. I just didn't know what to say. I don't think sister-in-law did either. After he left, she gave me this really long and really awful lecture.
Why would you go into the men's quarters? Why would you go looking for books? Why must you be so unfilial? Do you really not understand that you're a girl?
I told her I didn't understand. I mean, duh, I'm a girl, y'all. But I had no idea what she was talking about. When I told her that, she just lectured at me more. God, I hate her. Fuck. And straight to hell. Their diary. Oh my god, this nightmare has gone on for so long, I think I'm starting to forget what life used to be like. I have a new theory. Father was wrong about the cryostasis keeping me alive until I be cured. I could be cured. I think it didn't work at all. I think I just died and went straight to hell. Like, God, I decided I'm gonna write down all the things I used to be able to do, just so I can remember. I used to be able to read books. I used to be able to have friends. I used to be able to go to school. I used to be able to leave the home and visit the plaza or anywhere else on the ship. I think I even used to be able to be in any part of the house I wanted and talk to visitors as much as I liked. I have memories of always spending time with my father and mother and brother and mother and father and brother and mother in the living room. I know my real father thought being respectful was important too, but I don't know. I'm just so confused. I thought he always told me to be strong and to speak up for myself. Did he really say that? I'm being sarcastic, of course. Of course he did. But the scary thing is, sometimes I really do forget. Sometimes I think if I just was obedient to what sister-in-law tells me to do, it would just make things easier. Maybe I should just go in and be passive and be a little bitch. Just sometimes. I'm scared though. What if I really end up believing that? God.
Just be normal
Stop
aggressive.
girl.
Don't be passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Do you have a message from Hunai?
Oh, yes, I do. Let me just read the last one.
Shit. Well, I clicked it.
Oh, okay.
Did you click it?
Yeah.
So there's probably one big question that's on your mind, isn't there? That isn't being addressed at all, right? What happened in between the pale bride being frozen and waking up that made society go all wrong? Right? Or, nah, I don't care.
I mean,
Yeah, the options are literally be like, you know, play the game or fuck off. So I
fuck
guess
off,
right.
But-
What?
right, I guess.
Figured, I mean, it's the obvious question. Sorry, I wish I could tell you, but I'm afraid that mystery's forever lost to time. Guess that's pretty anticlimactic. Sorry. But we want to know, too. Whatever terrible thing happened, it must have been really, really big. But I'm afraid all the log data from before the year 1 was wiped. All the clocks were reset. Guess that's why it was called year 1. Anyway, so nobody remembered what happened in between, or even how long it was in between. It was hundreds of years, I assume, but I don't really know. So yeah, really sorry to let you down there. That part's going to be a mystery forever. There's nobody who could possibly know. You'll just have to take it as a given. Sorry.
Yeah, the author didn't want to come up with an apocalypse story.
So it'll remain a mystery, and you can headcanon it all you want. I'm gonna go with the space worms.
Which were Chinese, apparently.
Apparently. And they
They're
sucked all the Korean
diary.
out of them.
Yes, they suck all the Korean out. Dear diary, today I figured out why the household servant, I still can't believe we have one, why? Has been so insistent on teaching me how to cook. I mean, she doesn't call it that. She calls it serving meals. A year ago, I wouldn't have thought that sounded sinister. Now I know better. I don't care about that, I told her after the 7th day in a row of her lessons. Can we do something else? Like sewing. I loved cosplay. Let's do that. I want to be Miko. I want to be Miko.
I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this. It's very important. Your father's concerned. So take it seriously, young miss.
Call me that, I said. I don't remember exactly what I said to prompt her next response, along the lines of, like, why is it important, or something. I don't remember what I said, just her response, which blew me away, girl.
So you make a good wife, of course.
Again, I don't remember what I said in response. Maybe I told her I didn't care. Or maybe I told her I was too young to care about that. Maybe I said I'd just go marry someone who was good at himself when I was talking about that. Whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously.
Don't be silly.
She said, as if I was obviously joking.
Your father really is worried about your marriage next year. Now is not the type of joking man to me.
My what? I asked her.
Oh my,
She said,
I never told you. I'm sorry. Forgive me, but don't I say nothing? Didn't make Moon the surprise. I'm sure he wants to explain the happy news himself.
not sure, I don't know what that voice is. I asked that. The idea didn't make any sense, but since when did anything in this hell make sense? She said yes.
You're gonna be so happy to hear who it is.
I saw stop off. And Huna wants to say something.
Yes, she does. Say, before
Let's
you
say
keep
no.
going, can I just interrupt you for a couple minutes? No. You already interrupted us. Sure.
You get Iris. I said no. I said no.
Oh, well, I'm hitting no now. Oh, well, that's fine. Oh, well. What if I hit the message button again? Oh, hi. Do you mind taking a break for a couple minutes just to chat? I think that gives us the same response. Because the options are I mind or go ahead.
Fine, go ahead.
Go ahead. Thanks. I appreciate that. Really, I appreciate that you're here. I know you've got ulterior motives. What they are, I'm not really sure, but most people do. And that's alright, all the same. I'm glad you're reading these logs, though. Even if you don't really care, it's better than nobody from outside the ship ever seeing them. Which is what I thought for sure would happen. Or am I just being cynical? If so, my apologies. Please, tell me, what do you think about what you've read of the Pale Bride? It's tragic. She's overly dramatic.
I mean both, but I'd say tragic.
Yeah, technically both, but she's kind of caught up in some bullshit where to her, it's like she's been transported back in time, even though it's forward in time. But yeah, it's tragic. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Nobody else seemed to think so. Yeah, everyone seemed to fucking hate her. There's something... Well, here, I've added another message for you. Just... Oh, why don't you read it for yourself?
So back home, I think.
I have one in this column called "At least use my real name."
Oh, well, yeah, that's the one that we're gonna go to from home.
Okay, then at least use my real name.
That's why I tried to convince the old man to put me back into stasis by going on a hunger strike. It didn't work. I just got hotter. Obviously. As if I can get less hot. On the plus side, I at least figured out where that stupid name they all keep calling me came from. Sorry, that last bit was written yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to keep going. I just kept crying. I still would be, but well, you know, crying's tiring. I'm just too tired.
I don't have enough fluids because I'm doing that hunger strike thingy.
Yeah, that too, and because I'm immunocompromised.
That too.
Things aren't gonna get better. They can't get better. I'm not going to get put back in stasis. I'll be dead by the time I'm 18. Why, oh why, did I ever agree to be a frozen popsicle in the first place? If the future can't make me better, I'd rather die with my family there at least, rather than these awful Kims, and Becky's, and Matilda, whatever. I don't know these bitches. I wonder if they'll realize I was right after I
Even the
die.
Karens.
Oh god, not the Karens. Anyway, hunger strike. It was really hard, and I kind of cheated by sneaking into the kitchen while nobody was looking. But at least convinced father to listen. Say, he said by the fourth time. I'll show you when I can't. Until he said that, I'd been hopeful. Everything would be fine if he just put me back, I thought. But okay, sorry. I guess I've been trying to write this for 2 days now. It's really hard. Anyway, he took me to see the egg I hatched from. This stupid name for the stasis pod. When he said hatched, the worst possible thing came to mind. Worse, it turned out to be a true girl. In order to get me out, he had smashed apart the glass with a fucking hammer. The pod was still full of shards. All my hope died when I saw that broken glass. The time is right to bring you into this world, Hassan. I don't remember what I said. Something really fucking gross, probably. It wasn't enough. In your time, pale bride, it is for a greater purpose. What was the point of arguing? It was broken, and nobody in this awful theater would know how to fix the pod now. Instead, I argued with what I could. Why do you keep calling me that? I said to him. He responded by pointing out an inscription my real father had left on the pod. A message for me to read when I woke up. The first line was written in Chinese, his idea of being fancy, I suppose, but he explained them in Korean underneath. Say, the old man had told me, the rest is foreign and archaic, but it names you at the top, the Pale Bride. It didn't say that. It doesn't say that at all. I shrieked at him in response. You fucking moron. You idiot. You moron. You illiterate. Probably some other things too. I can't remember exactly, and they're not safe for work. I was furious. Are you stupid? That's not how those characters read. It says, to my sick daughter. Sick daughter. Sick fucking daughter. You illiterate monster. It says sick daughter. Me. He started to argue, but then stopped. I think he was patronizing me, as if I can't read simple Korean script. He just asked in the smuggest voice, then what should I call you, child? I screamed. I'd already told him 1,000 times before. Hyune. My name is Hyune.
Gasp!
Oh.
The plot thickens! And she has a message for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a shocking revelation for you. I can guess what you're going to ask, and yes, it's me.
Wait.
Well, do you have something different?
No, I'm just saying it's like, okay, so this is like, the AI is actually her.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Like, I thought you were going to say it's just like, oh yeah, I took her name, but
no, it's just like, just confirmed it for us.
it's like, I'm like, yep, bitch, I used to be human.
Yep, 600 years ago. Well, you asked for all those logs, right? It's the information you were looking for, wasn't it? I'm not really an AI. I mean, I am now, but I used to be a girl, and I thought it would be easier to just pretend to be the log keeping program rather than explain the whole situation. I don't really
Okay,
wish.
so I'm thinking maybe you should change her voice.
I to yours. I'll do it after this text box because it makes sense. I don't really wish to drag out the point. You've already heard enough about me. I'm sure you don't want more. I mean, I understand. No, that was. I don't know how to do a bitch voice.
I mean, I understand. Just Lumpy Space Princess.
Well, to be honest, you could just give her the voice now since you already are her, apparently.
Okay, I guess. I mean, I understand. I figured out what you were actually looking for at the very start. You just wanted some poon. It's obvious, really. Well, I've re-enabled admin access. Just please, be honest with me. What is it you wanted to know about? The admin password or her?
Technically, with our job, it's supposed to be the admin password.
Yeah.
But I have no idea how the fuck she became an AI. I don't know.
I mean, I'm interested in both.
Same. So, coin flip. I don't have a coin.
Neither do I. I have a bottle cap.
Do it.
Okay. Inside is admin password. Outside is you. Admin password.
Okie doke.
That's what I thought. You have the password. It's what you well that. I kind of want to speak with her because I feel bad now.
Yeah.
You have the password. Do what you will with that. Oh.
She doesn't want to speak with us anymore.
Let's access the log documents and block. Let's try block block 5 wife. Because I don't think we showed that to her. Oh no, we did. We might have fucked it. Oh,
Also,
okay.
she just said that she will. I tried to show it to her, and she's just like, "You have the password."
No, there's something new for the month of good fortune. In block,
That's in recent messages.
well, I mean, recent is just like a fast way to get
Yeah.
the things that you've like, looked at.
Where are you at then?
The month of good fortune, just like the thing on the left is blue.
Oh, okay. And then you show that to her?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have password. Do what you will with it. Okay, not sure why it was blue then.
Then
I guess you use override terminal.
I suppose. Download?
Okay, so
Try
yeah,
download. Admin access required. Please use SU first. SU.
SU download.
No. SU password provides administrator access, requires password to use. What's the password? It's all she
It's
said.
her first name.
Oh.
Okay.
So do SU Hyun-A. Admin password accepted. You're not recognized. Warning. System error detected. Data corruption in AI core 1 has been detected. Try recovering now. Yes or no?
Should we? I don't want to like. I don't want to erase her if we can.
Is the data corruption her though, or would
I think it would make sense. Fuck it, let's delete her. Why?
Okay. Now attempting repair.
And now we play the waiting game. We just go back to the main screen and she's just blonde and that's the only change. It's like, finally, thank you for fixing my errors.
Currently available personalities. There's mute available.
Oh. Really wish we hadn't.
Yeah, we kind of messed up and weren't supposed to show her mute. Do we want to change to mute?
I think so. How do we load?
Oh, there's enable AI. If you enter in help, it gives you the commands. Enable AI mute. Personality is mute. Mute is now activated. You may now close the terminal with quit. Okay. Let's try that.
Oh, hello. She is blonde.
I I don't know what to go for boy. Oh no.
That. She seems bratty.
Yeah. Trying to. My head doesn't wrap itself around giving me a voice that's bratty. And you've already done a healthy share of bratty sounding voices. Okay. No, that's too deep. Okay. What the hell is going on? Wait, Romeo, connection established. Is there someone else out there from inside the ship? Okay, sorry. I'm just taking in inventory systems right now. Could you give me a second here? Well, like I've been out of commission for 622 years. That's kind of messed up. But anyway, I'm up to speed now. I was basically saying that nothing has happened since I went offline. Except the ship's slowly losing power in the main reactors, but seen better years.
Oh, and also everyone's fucking dead.
Well, hello, you're the first person from outside the ship I've had contact with in, well, as far as I can remember. I'm Mute, AI in charge of Mungungua's security operations. It's nice to meet you. Okay, looks like I can't actually get any text input from you. I'm guessing this is all that crazy-ass murderess's fault. I'm sorry. Murderess?
Yeah, okay, I'm guessing that... Yeah, Hyune, like, basically killed Mute, took over the ship, and killed everyone.
Though Mute's just an AI straight up, though. I believe.
I mean, like, I'm guessing, like, she deleted. Or not deleted,
yeah, like, when we showed her Mute's message, she was like, oh, yeah, you're not supposed to see that.
Yeah, so I'm guessing, like, she disabled Mute, uploaded herself, and then probably used, like, the ship system to kill everyone.
That's what it seems like so far. Why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway? Like, sorry, this is kind of a weird question, but are you a man or a woman?
What are man?
I mean, IRL, but what are we in game?
Oh, well, I put man.
Oh, well, man. Gotcha, sir. That's good to know. Do you have any idea how hard it is to talk to someone when you don't even know much about them? So where are you from? Earth? Are you from one of the colonies? Wait, they're colonies, right?
For pronouns.
I always got the impression that this ship was supposed to be a founding one.
I mean, at the beginning, did it say we were like from the colony or something?
I don't remember.
I think it did. Well, we're clearly from somewhere else.
Yeah. So yes.
Say yes.
Oh, okay. So you're from one of them, or you're from Earth? Colony.
Let's go with that.
Cool. I wish I could ask you what it's like. Like, my memory only goes back 300 years before being deactivated, so I'm not really up to date.
That's
300
farther back than Hune's.
No, it's not. Cause Hune's is before year 0. And 300 years before she was deactivated would be like year 22. Because I think 322 is when Hyune probably killed everyone. Pretty much all my knowledge of anything before the year 0 comes secondhand from the Pale Bride's childhood diaries. Well, man, they're about as childish as it possibly gets. Guess I'm not really going to find out more with that line of questioning, though, right? Okay. What else is important that I can ask in binary questions? Oh, I know.
Also,
are you married yet?
Mutes the security. So the fact that Hyune disabled her.
Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. But are we married yet?
I mean,
are we? Are you leading to something?
Yes, this has been an elaborate ploy to get you to marry me.
It's working so far.
But, so, should we say yes or no?
Go with no.
Okay.
Fair enough. Related to that, I don't really know much about spaceships or anything, but I can get a visual on yours. Looks really, really small. Don't talk about my ship. It's how you use it, not how big it is. It's just you all alone there.
I'm gonna say no, just because I don't fully trust her.
Fair.
Just like when there's someone in a space game that says, "Are you alone?" Like,
that's fair. Oh, I see. Must be awfully cozy then, whoever you're with. It is. It is cozy. Well, I think that's about all I can think of for now. Sorry, it's not really a lot to go off of. I know, but although I guess it did get the most important things. I'll let you know if I think of anything else, right? Anyway, what it looks like, you're going over some logs with that crazy murderous bitch, right? I'll have to help you with those instead. As an added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder. Unlike a certain someone.
okay.
Well, she's given away the whole game, apparently.
So,
The Smith family tree.
Smith Daehyun, Smith Daeho. First, they were siblings.
I don't remember anything
then
about the Smiths at this point.
It's been a long time since we've heard about them. Oh, I like how. Okay, that's actually neat because, like, I was thinking it's like the way that Hyune had done the family tree looked really weird. This makes more sense.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, yeah. So here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. Not that weird cluttered mess that Hyune did. Here's a few notes of my own about some of the women that you might actually care about. Smith Sang-hee, older sister of the main Smith branch, married into Huang family in 285. Widowed in 314, taken in by younger Huang brother in 317. No sons. Oh Sojin, married Smith Sangmin in 310. No sons or daughters of her own. Zhang Mi, a courtesan, purchased by and married Smith Sangmin in 313. No sons. Hana, courtesan, entertained Smith Sangmin. No sons or daughters. Smith Min-hee, Smith Sangmin's daughter by the courtesan Zhang Mi, promised to Park family, but not formally married.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, do these actually, like, show up on the...
Also, Jean, they only have their family name, the M dot space in the family tree. So there's M dot O, and that's O Sojin.
Okay. Okay, so, like, it just doesn't show, like, sisters and stuff, just, like, wives.
Yeah.
Okay, and this also kind of makes sense just because Mute is the traditional AI. So she goes by the whole sexist regime thing. So let's show this to her.
Okay. Well, I think that speaks for itself, doesn't it? That's what genealogy is supposed to look like. Hope that's more helpful. That bitch. Home.
Speak with Mute.
Okay. Okay, so what is it that you want to know about? Why don't you show me something? I'll see what I can find for you, okay?
Okay, so, oh yeah, access log documents, I assume. Yeah, we can still access the other stuff.
Okay. What do we want to do now?
Let's show wife from block 5.
Okay. Sufferable child. Show it to her. So, like, you've talked to her a fair bit, right? What do you think of Hugh and I? From what we've seen, she seemed relatively composed and just not a fan of the situation that she was dealt.
Yeah, so
Also,
I
she
don't-
just fucking killed everyone, but
yeah, but they kind of deserved it.
yes, they kind of did.
I mean, maybe not everyone on the ship, but
Yeah, we can put I don't hate her. Seriously? You can stand her? Did she tell you about the whole mass murder thing? Or did she conveniently leave that out?
She did.
She didn't. She did conveniently leave that out. No,
Yes.
of course not. I'm sure even that awful bitch is ashamed of what she did. Maybe she just wanted to impress you. I don't think most men are turned on by that kind of lunacy, so I can see why she'd try to hide that. It's probably better if you don't hear it from me, though. I don't think you'd even believe it. Better to ask her yourself. Okay, so what I'm going to do is give you an entire block that's full of nothing but questions for her. Might be a little hard to get this whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she'll probably actually believe you. There you are. Few questions to give her. Drag the truth out of her, then tell me how crazy you think she is.
oh, so we can switch between the two.
Yeah, by just going to the override terminal.
First, let's see if there's any other block items in blocks that we can tell her. So let's check block 4. Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Block 4, idiots.
Which one do we want to tell her?
I went to a block of idiots.
Pack of idiots. Show her. Gosh, you want to hear about the Smith family? Oh yeah, you're gonna love this. Those people had problems like you would not believe. Technically, I belong to the Ryu family, but, well, I spent a lot of time keeping up on the Smith family's gossip. They used to be the most important noble house, above even the Kims, you know. So I know a lot about them. What sort of things do you want to hear? The general history or something truly scandalous?
I mean, I kind of want to know. I wonder if we can like ask her both.
I'm sure we'll probably get to that. But which one do we want to know first?
I think general history is a good place to start.
Okay. Oh, sure. It's all very fascinating stuff. Problem is, somebody encrypted it in all such a way that I can't actually access it at all. No way I can. Captain's orders, and unfortunately, I'm literally incapable of disobeying. But if you have admin access, you can get to them yourself. Just type decrypt block 3 from the console, and that'll open it all up.
Okay.
Then to do that, decrypt block 3.
Oh wait. Show her that again.
Well, I literally just hit decrypt block 3, and block successfully decrypted. So then just quit.
Okay. 1 sec. Let me also do that. Okay.
Now she has to speak. Or do we want to just go straight and show her the same one again?
No, go back to Pack of Idiots.
Show it to
And-
her.
Yeah. then
Problems like you wouldn't believe, technically wrong, then something scandalous. I can definitely do scandalous. Oh, you're going to absolutely love this. It's really, really hot. Unfortunately, it probably doesn't go into as much detail as you'd like, but, well,
getting a raid.
I'll just see it for yourself. A
Hi,
cam
Cam.
dog.
Okay, so welcome. We're doing shit, what actually is the name of this game again?
Analogue. A hate story.
Analogue, a hate story.
I think we found the hate story part of it.
Yeah, so wait, my stream was breaking? Yeah, there's technical issues with the stream. But quick recap. An entire colony ship got yours was. Oh, that sucks.
Dang.
An entire colony ship went missing and finally discovered, but everyone's dead. Like hundreds of years later. So we went there and we're looking through the ship's logs and interacting with the AIs and like reading all the like messages and stuff from the past. And turns out one of the AIs was actually a human girl who back in like not modern time, but like hundreds of years even before like all the whatever happened to the ship, years before that, like she was sick, so her father put her in cryostasis, and then like the cryopod was like passed down through her family, and then hundreds of years later one of the family members was like, he wanted to gain favor with the emperor, so he broke her out of the cryopod and it's just like, here, you can be the bride. And so she's justifiably freaking out. And so from what this other AI is telling us, she then replaced her as the ship's AI and then murdered everyone on the ship. So, yeah.
Good synopsis.
Yes.
And it looks like Mute wants to speak to us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, looks like you've gotten the decryption sorted out. Great. I can, in fact, see everything in that block now. Where'd you even get admin access from? Only the real family was supposed to have that. It's not like you and A could tell an unauthorized person. Weird. Utterly weird.
Almost like her name.
Almost. Well, anyway, I've got them. So here you have it, the sorted, sealed files of the Smith family. All right, where?
Yeah, so there's two families, the Smiths and the Kims.
Yep. And the Smiths are the ones currently in charge?
I
And then...
think the Smiths gained power like at the end. Wait, why do we suddenly have Block 2 access now as well?
Oh. I don't know.
Oh, maybe that's the scandalous shit.
Yeah, that might be the scandalous shit.
So do we want scandal or history first?
I mean, we asked for history first, so
Okay.
guess block 3 then. And brought home by Sojin, which I think you gave her a voice. I think there was a previous message
A few
from her.
months have left me so very anxious with anticipation. No, wait, that was you. That was you. And you
What?
didn't
Oh,
realize
yeah.
it was a woman.
These past few months have left me so very anxious with anticipation. Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week, Sang-min had only visited my family once, promising he would bring me home with him for sure the next time. I know I'm supposed to be enjoying living with my parents while it lasts, but all I can think about is my husband. How is a new bride expected to have such patience? For nearly a year, a day hasn't gone by where I haven't thought of how beautiful he thought me in my wedding dress, or how it felt spending that night he held so gently in his strong hands, and so forcefully in his strong hands later. Looking forward to the day where I could live in his house. I can't help but feel as anxious in my heart as I am excited in my hips. Oh.
My.
Oh my. I thought this was supposed to be the history, not the scandals. I know it is ungraceful. Oh, go ahead.
I said, I just want to get fucked. God, that's so much to ask. Is that so much to ask, Father?
Is that so much to ask, Father? I know it is ungraceful to think of such things, but how can I help myself? In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me home with him to his ancestral shrine, and then his finally is home. Such luxury I've never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars. My family was hardly all that poor, but a window to the stars. How amazing a sight! I knew that I was lucky to have been married into a noble family, but I never realized just how lucky. I wonder if I'll have time to write as much as I used to. Oh, but I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. Yes, I can.
Again later.
I have been looking forward to this night for so long. How I hope I can make him happy. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door makes my heart pound.
The twin!
Anyway, let's show this to Mute.
Okay. That's actually from before I knew her. It's pretty hard to imagine her as a blushing newlywed, honestly. She was an awfully good friend of mine. We chatted a lot. You have to understand, though, she might not have been a very good wife. It's absolutely not her fault. It's like what I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jehua. None of the problems in her marriage were her fault. Were her own fault. She was just the wife of a lousy man, plain and simple. Mostly, she tried to do the best she could. She's a really good woman, so please don't look down on her, okay?
It seems like both Hyune and Mute got turned into AIs.
Yeah.
Fairly recently.
Mute. I don't know. Mute seemingly. Yeah, it just seems to know the. God damn it! I immediately already forgot. The Smith family.
Yeah.
At the very least, is associated with them, and then Hyun is like not really associated with the Kim, just like by associated from the future, but.
And like she was like raised, quote unquote, after like once she was taken out of the pod by the Kims.
Yeah. Which actually, I want to see that. Dang it, I don't remember when they broke Hyun out. I wanted to get a feel for how long Hyun was being raised by the Kims before she decided to apparently kill everyone. And I don't remember when that would be.
Well, she married the captain 1 year before everyone died.
Yeah.
And Young Suk was adopted into the family
In 317.
and he married his wife in 318. And I feel like I think she said that like the Pale Bride was like a year after she was married, a year after like Young Suk and his wife got married. So like she was 13 when she was taken out, so like
12.
she was probably no, they said 13.
Did they? I thought it said 12.
Yeah.
I might just be wrong.
And then so we can say
Anyway, so
that was probably 19-ish.
So-
Married at like 15.
Yeah. She had
And then
all of
everyone-
like 3-ish years with the Kims.
Mhm. And then everyone died in the next year. So
Okay.
wow, murdered everyone at 16.
Yeah. Now we have laughable
goes so fast.
situation.
Okay, laughable situation.
And
This
that's
is still
still
OSOG, so.
cannot believe just 2 years ago I was actually excited about moving into the Smith home with my husband. Oh, how shortly that lasted. I find it funny. First time I realized that I would have to compete for his affections with every common woman and every courtesan he came across. I was so shocked. First time he brought one home, I cried for a week. Mother-in-law was furious with me, claiming it was my fault for not being enough for him. Now I realize the insanity of her reasoning, as if she wouldn't have already known her son was simply that sort of man. The only person who had any right to be shocked was me. Still, I struggled for his attention, but now it is all but banal. If the truth is to be told, this is something I would not tell mother-in-law nor Mute, nor at least my husband. So they know Mute personally. I do not even fight for his affections for his own sake. It is pure selfishness on my part. All I wish is for some indicator that it isn't as though I'm unattractive, that it isn't as though I'm unlikable. Any affection he gets is simply an attempt at fishing that affirmation out of him. Nothing more. Damn.
Seriously. Okay, so maybe Mute wasn't an actual person, but like.
But
Damn.
Mute was around at that time, and they spoke with her.
Yeah. And like they were, she did say that she and Sojin were friends.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm. Then we have daughter. And then after we read this one, it looks like we can show it to Mute. For the past 2 months, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was with child, Zhang-Mi has been living in our house. No visitors have been allowed to come in. It's created an incredibly awkward state of affairs. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with that courtesan, let alone live with her. Until recently, the baby. Until recently, so few words have we exchanged. I did not even know her name until the 3rd week of her living here. My husband made me agree to go along with the fiction that the child is actually mine, which I've yet to give him one myself, so if that is how I'm to make up for it, then that is what I'll do. Thought it was going to be so hard to keep up with that pretense, to pretend that this child is my own while the real mother lives under the same roof. Yet apparently not. As it turns out, the whole charade has been for absolutely nothing. After all that, the child turned out to be a girl. Of course. I'm sure Zhang-Mi is quite happy since she's already been bought out, in the hopes that we could pretend her son was mine, but an illegitimate daughter, well, who cares? Fuck off, Sojin. It would also be funny, if not for the fact that it means I will have to live with that constant reminder of how little my husband cares for me. Almost. But not really.
Okay, so the daughter was Smith Min-hee. And that's Mi's daughter by Zhang-Mi.
Yeah. Okay.
And so show it to Mute.
Mm-hmm. High Magistrate Smith Sang-min, huh? Well, as High Magistrate, he was one of the highest ranking officials until just before the end. I don't want to paint him as... Go ahead.
So the Kims took power at the end. It wasn't...
Yeah, the Smiths were residing.
I thought it was the other way around. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to paint a misleading portrait, as I understand. He was a very just man and performed his function quite well. It was politics that caught up to him in the end. It's like I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jiahua. He might have been a good magistrate, but his family contact was less than the pinnacle of virtue. How many wives a man takes is no business but his own, and he never did anything illegal, but knocking up courtesans owned by the court. Man, that's just bad politics. So that's why he lost his position. Years of embarrassment in the family finally culminated in him turning into a real liability for the emperor. But it wasn't always like that. Here, let me try to paint an even portrait of him. I've had an assortment of vlogs about him. I hope this gives a good idea of what I mean. Okay. We still have
sorry.
I'm sorry is the next in this chain with his Smith
die.
Sung Me. Oh, yep, go ahead.
Look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, all right? It's like I said to you before, you just caught me at a really bad time. Sojin was kept in bed rest on strict doctor's orders. I'm sorry that you brought your wife all the way to get turned away like that. When I told Sojin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy, but sad that she couldn't see you herself. Our child was born last week, a daughter. We decided to name her Minhee. And Sojin is recovering well. The doctor said that it would be fine for her to see visitors next week. I'm sorry I got angry. If your wife still wants to see mine, or the child, or my mother, by all means, you're welcome to visit. I really hope there's no hard feelings, Uncle. Samin. To the wife of Sang-kyu. Gonna look at the family tree. Okay, Sang-kyu is his brother.
Yep.
You'll probably put this more. What?
Sorry. Oh, are you on the next one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Go on.
To the wife of Sang-kyu. You can probably put this more diplomatically than I can, because I'm pretty sure younger brother is still thoroughly pissed off at me. You know how he is, of course. I don't have the time to deal with him, especially when I'm already doing him a huge, favor. The bad news is I made an appeal to the captain and emperor himself personally, but he said there was no position that a man of Sang-kyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it, what official role could that man possibly fill? He's a fucking moron. Don't pass on that last part. Oh, don't pass on that last part.
Do pass on that last part. He needs to know.
I did, however, speak to the Park son, and was able to convince him to forget the whole incident. It wasn't cheap, I might add. Continue to send your family a regular stipend, but please keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning up after his damn fights. Okay, Sang-kyu gets in fights. Okay, yeah, because one of Hyune's things said that he was a simple-minded brute.
Mm-hmm.
So let's show this to mute.
Okay. I know it sounds like Sungmin is just being harsh on his little brother, but I assure you, his characterization of him isn't wrong. I honestly kind of tended to avoid him. I was friends with his older brother's wife, and his younger brother was an absolute gentleman, but he was not a very nice man. He was the sort of person that the court exams were supposed to keep out, in theory. Didn't work, of course. He studied just as well as brothers, or so Songjung told me. Here, you want to see the usual sort of behavior that you'd get from Smith Sung-kyu? At another entry, this one by the Kim-san.
Okay, so legendary temper is the next one.
Mm-hmm. By
This chain.
a clerk. I'm trying to think of...
Now that I have been clerk for a while, it is not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Magistrate Smith Songmin and his legendary temper, but I always figured they were an exaggeration. Especially after I, a clerk, met him for the first time. The man seemed like an absolute model of gentleman, and rather calm and unemotional. I am not criticizing him, I just never imagined that man getting angry. It was while an official was presenting the facts of a murder case to him. A drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. It all seemed satisfactory enough. A dozen men had seen it. There wasn't really any doubt about it. So far, so good. Very well, the High Magistrate said. Let me read the confession then before I pass sentence. The official did not have one, which is reasonable enough. A lot of times, they cannot get it out of them, and I have never seen a magistrate who was really all too concerned about those little details. Excuse me, you don't have a confession? He said, Sung-min, or Sung, thank you, Sung, error. And his mood soured. There, like lemon. Why are you wasting my time then? He looked at the accused, who had been kowtowing silently up until that point. Do you even admit to killing him? The murderer seemed confused.
and it took a minute to figure out he was being addressed. Furthermore, when he did figure it out, he simply kept mumbling, "Not my fault, not my fault, not my fault," and such. The High Magistrate was furious.
What is wrong with you? What is this man doing in front of me in a state like that? He doesn't admit to doing it. What do you expect me to do? Like, look at the evidence.
He demanded. After some silence from the official, he continued,
It wasn't a rhetorical question. Please enlighten me. What do you expect me to do here?
Wait. Wait, so... Oh, this is Song Min, not Song Q. Song Min is... Okay, Song Min is Oh So-jin's husband. To punish him? The official finally
authored, weakly, as confused about the matter as I was.
Punish him?
This was what set him completely off the edge. He stood up, shouting,
We are not given responsibility of punishment. What are we, barbarians looking for vengeance? The point of justice is to teach immoral men like him the error of their ways.
He lectured, shouting at the top of his lungs.
And how do you expect to do that with a man who won't even admit his own actions? Does this look like a man who's ready to learn? You seriously believe that? Are you simple? Baka.
The official looked as though he was about to argue, but then thought against it. Smart move. Says I, a clerk? The High Magistrate continued more calmly.
Well, stop wasting my time and get him out of here. Come back when you have a confession and a clue as to what your job actually entails.
And with that, he left, leaving the official speechless and leaving me realizing that perhaps the legendary temple and being a model gentleman weren't quite so mutually exclusive as I, a clerk, had thought.
If you didn't start doing a voice, I was just gonna do the neutral race of aliens from Futurama.
Oh.
Just completely monotone, flat voice. If you see my wife, tell her I said hello.
How are you? What are those Mass Effect aliens called?
Oh.
The ones that we have to say what they're feeling.
Oh, they're only in Mass Effect 1. Damn it.
No, I think they're in 2 as well.
Are they? I remember them most from 1.
Yeah, because you were on the Citadel more in that one.
Yeah. God, I don't remember what they're called. Disgruntled tone. Are you talking to me, bitch?
Anyway, let's show it to mute.
Mm-hmm. See, it wasn't always that bad. It was an embarrassment and far from a pinnacle of virtue. I didn't think that highly of him, but at the end of the day, it was about politics, not about his character.
I mean, the fact that he had a legendary temper, that's... She's saying that's a good thing?
Apparently.
Anyway, back home.
Oh, there's a new one in Block 3. A Proper Damn Gentleman by Mute.
Okay.
A transcription fragment of a conversation held with Smith Songjun. Oh, that was how I knew shit had gotten serious. Actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house we went to. My oldest brother only ever humors me when he's really trying to get on my good side. It's never a good sign. I mean, it's good for me, but certainly not for him. I'm sure a classy lady such as yourself wouldn't be familiar with this kind of place. No, you know the sort. Tucked away in an interior deck, lots of wood furniture that's been stained and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background soundtrack. Oh, it's run by a woman. Nice lady, too. So it's that sort of place. Arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. I'm sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. You're full of shit, I said. But hey, it's good to see you. So what do you want?
Wait, I'm confused. Is this mute talking?
I can't. Transcription fragment of a conversation held with Smith Songjun. I actually agreed to let me. I don't remember the voices that we gave, as well as I can't pick out who's exactly speaking.
I think this is Songjun speaking to mute.
No, this is Songjun speaking to Songjun's oldest brother, which is Songmin.
But he says at one point, I'm sure a classy lady such as yourself.
Huh.
So whoever he's talking to is a woman.
I have no idea.
I think he's telling a story to mute about a conversation he had with his brother.
That's what it seems like. Yeah. And I can't remember all the voices we've had at this point, so I can't remember who's who. So I'm kind of just going to be doing it in Mute's voice.
That's fine.
I meant it, he said. He's a bad liar. So why here anyway? At that point, the owner came by, asking me what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about Jean Ai is that she's around my age. She's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life. And she dresses like a commoner. That's all we get to learn about her personality.
No, there's another page.
Oh, so you can certainly see them. Oh, he said. Fair enough. Bring your finest soju, I ordered. Please, she responded. You can't afford our finest. Totally not true, by the way.
My finest soju. You cannot handle my finest soju. Soju seller. Oh, hi, Niv. I haven't looked at chat in a while. How long have you been here?
I think Niv just got here.
Okay.
My reputation for being a cheap drunk, completely unfounded. Honestly, I have no idea where people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it for me to argue. I just reply, maybe not, but my brother can. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money. That was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before giving whatever he wanted, right? Fine, we'll be sharing that, he said. Then he added, but how much to share with you too? She blushed. Amazing, really. She's got a lot of practice dealing with people like my brother. But I saved her the misery of having to flirt back with him. You really need more of that kind of trouble right now. Good call. Good call. With that, he let her go. Anyway, drinks came. We argued about the loose definition of finest, our service tits, and the good old days when father was still alive and we didn't have to work out our problems ourselves.
Okay, yeah. I think the brother that he's talking about is Sungmin.
Yeah. The biggest bullshit ever, I said, is that we're expected to be responsible men here. How'd that happen? He laughed. And he was now drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why you never bothered to be one? Ouch, I said. Damn it, hurry up and pour me more. I'll drink to that.
I'll drink to my stupidity.
Yeah. I'll drink to you insulting me. He poured, but didn't say anything. All right, so what is it you want? Getting the impression that you have a problem and you want discretion. Because you're talking to me, right, brother? I was right. So where did you put it this time, brother? I asked. Put what? Oh, cut the shit, I said. We both know full well your life's problem in life. Your problems in life have always, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick somewhere it shouldn't have. He grunted in disagreement, but it's totally true. Is it at least a female this time?
Bad talk.
Swear to my father, brother was right about to punch me. Didn't though. Said he just drowned his drink. Yeah, that's the damn problem, he said. She's saying she hasn't bled in 2 months now. A courtesan. I promised him I'd help. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother, the High Magistrate. Less suspicious that way, and involves nothing unlawful. Believe me now, proper damn gentleman. That's me.
And Cam, yeah, a lot of people get bothered by the numbers. I think everyone gets bothered by it a bit sometimes. Honestly, the only advice I can give you is try and ignore it as much as possible and just have fun streaming.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you can try to do certain things for it, but like while you're in the act of streaming, don't worry about it.
Yeah, just
focus on having a good stream.
Yeah, just have fun. And if you're having fun, hopefully people will have fun with you. And hopefully the numbers will get better naturally. And if they don't, whatever. You're having a good time, doesn't matter. Anyway, let's show this to Mute.
Well, this is what I told him at the time. Could have maybe, done without the description of her breasts. But that kind of story was definitely pretty common for him. That part where he cleaned up after his family's mess, I mean, not the details about immoral-looking common women. And, well, the drinking, too. But look, that part he had good cause for. Sure was his ruin, but can't blame him for that. I mean, stuff he had to put up with. If you'd had it like that, I'm sure you'd do the same. Wasn't all that bad, really. We'd spend a lot of evenings drinking together, talking long into the night. Well, he would anyway. Obviously, not really so much on the drinking part. So he at the very least spoke with Mute often.
Mm-hmm.
Still don't really know in what sense. Feels like Mute's just like an AI on the ship.
Yeah, but I mean, she also directly serves the royal family as well as being security.
Mm-hmm.
So I think people just sort of she just had friends with some of the nobles.
Mm-hmm. But he was the kind of man who'd still pour a glass for you all the same. So that whole sarcastic thing about him being a proper gentleman, it's not sarcastic. He really was. Well, he was being sarcastic, but still. Totally, absolutely was the best damn gentleman around.
And I'm trying to remember. One sec. I'm gonna go back to the funeral, try and find the thing about the funeral.
Mm.
Was it Here Comes the Fall? Okay,
No, I thought it was a pack of idiots.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Songjun died of drinking too much. That was it.
Mm. Yeah, Songjun was the gentleman, but also the drunk.
Also, yeah.
Songkyu was the brute, and Songmin, the eldest, had more interest in cavorting with courtesans than creating an heir. Yep.
But he was also the High Magistrate, but he also eventually got fired.
Yep.
And he got replaced by Park, and then regular Magistrate went to one of the Kims.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where do you want to go next, then? So we've got a bunch of things that have new on them.
Block 2 just has a couple things, so let's just check them out quickly.
Okay.
Oh. Hey, Mike.
Howdy. Soji.
Also, people who are coming in, quick recap. A colony ship went missing in space. A bunch of people on it died. Hundreds of years later, it gets they find it. We got sent to go check out the logs to see what happened. we first started out by talking to the ship's AI, one of the ship's AIs, who turned out to be like the consciousness of a person who got uploaded. And this girl, Hune, was from like hundreds of years ago, and she got put in cryostasis because she had a immunodeficiency. And so they wanted to like protect her until medicine got better. But the Kim family, who were like money grubbing and power hungry, who were like the descendants of Hune's family, they broke her open so that they could like pretend she was their daughter.
Take it.
And
thanks for hanging out.
then have her get married to the emperor, which would give them a lot of power. And Hune was very unhappy about this, so she uploaded herself and killed everyone on the ship, which we recently found out about because we're talking to the ship's other AI.
We don't know the
mute.
order of it with the whole uploading and killing.
Yeah.
It's just
Night
that
era.
that's what we expect, is that uploaded, turned off mute, and then killed everyone.
Yeah, because mute is, in addition to being friends with like some of the people of the noble families, mute is also the security AI, so it would make sense that Hune would have shut her off.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, unsent letter.
Mm-hmm. When I first saw you bringing my husband home in the late hours of the night, I was jealous. All I could think of was my daughter and the first courtesan he'd had an affair with 9 years ago. With every brief glimpse of you that I saw as you passed through our home, my heart burned a little, as if you embodied every single fault of my farce of a marriage. I will never send this letter, because I know how ridiculous it sounds. For weeks, I, a noble wife, could be jealous of a poor courtesan. But you are young and beautiful, full of energy and grace. I am none of these things. Only after you have been entertaining him for a month did I start to realize that what I was really feeling. True, I was jealous, but not of you, for having my husband. I was jealous of my husband for having the affections of a girl so pretty as you.
I realized I was a lesbian, you see.
Damn straight. These are such ridiculous thoughts for a woman to have. I know. Even more ridiculous still is the way they have overwhelmed me. I used to dread my husband bringing his courtesans home with him. Now I look forward to your nights together. How could I not?
I was joking, but okay, seems
No,
like actually is.
she is in lesbian with that courtesan. How could I not? When it means that I'm treated to the sight of your bashful face in the morning. When we exchange glances, you hide behind your long hair with so much cuteness and grace. My eyes can't help but wander to admire the way it rests on your breasts, to see your clothes draped loosely over your hips. I cannot help myself from admiring your body as you tried to hide it from me.
So this is the scandal part, I think.
Yeah. It is ridiculous to be so preoccupied with such thoughts, and perhaps I was better off having not ever realized them. Nevertheless, even though I may be as much of a woman as you are, I find myself longing for the same affections you shower my husband with. There's more to it than that. I would like to truly get to know you better. I like to imagine that we have much in common, aside from the obvious. When I see you hiding in the corridor of those mornings, I imagine wrapping my own arms around those lovely hips, sharing long conversations about our tribulations in life, discovering just how much alike we are. And perhaps I like to imagine we could share more than that. I've been married for 10 years to a man who has never paid me any attention for 9 of them. Perhaps my old age has made me bold, but I want more. The next I see you, I promise I will say something. For in all my 26 years, I have never felt a longing for anything this intensely. I don't care how wrong it is. As a wife and as a woman, I want you, Hana.
Danger. Wait, Hana, that name sounds familiar.
I saw that. We have it in our next thing.
He's in the family tree.
Yeah.
It was a courtesan that entertained Sungmin.
Mm-hmm.
So not part of the family. I thought it was going to be like a twist that they were like related and be like,
Nope.
anyway.
Just another courtesan that Song Mean's
You knew.
wife wanted to get down with.
Anyway, let's show the scandal to mute.
Okay. But that wasn't what you were expecting from a normal wife, was it? Still have a hard time believing that she was really capable of sinking to that. Sinking to that? Please. Please. Rising to that. She can get it. Oh well. Totally does get even better. I'll show you. Just be warned. It's pretty
Society
depraved
is
stuff.
Very, very the misogynist.
Yes. Now we have unsent letter 2 from Hana. And we don't have a voice for Hana yet.
Oh my.
So my lovely Sojin. I made it so easy, you know that? I've always wanted to be seduced.
Hell
The
yeah.
more I thought about it, the better I got at it. The more I was I thought about how lucky men are that they'll get to be on the receiving end of it. It's always seemed like it'd be so much fun. But that wasn't why I dropped my guard in front of you. By the way, I was actually really worried the whole time you were serving me breakfast. You know what I first thought? I thought maybe you were trying to poison me. You were trying to poison my cigarettes. I mean, not seriously, of course, but it crossed my mind. So no, I really was guarded. Until you started talking. You know what it was that got to me? Do tell me how hard it is studying to be a courtesan. I answered modestly, oh, you know, there's nothing to learn. You just have it or you don't. The answer that any man would expect. But you wouldn't have any of that. You said, please don't lie. I actually want to know. It takes years, does it not? That must be intense for a girl of your age. Then you leaned in. I started to blab about how it kind of is pretty intense. And I only realized an hour later that I was staring into your eyes, telling you, proudly no less, about my whole life story. Our faces were barely a foot apart by the time I noticed what you'd done. And our tits were just pressing against each other. And that was how you caught me totally off guard. I had no idea what to do. Should I touch you? What's the right body language in that situation? Was I even interpreting you right? Or was it all in my head? Not even the slightest clue. You had me good. And you played it so well. You know just the right moment to pull back and tell me to go on my way. But in a way that left me wondering. So Jin, you made it so easy. Returning home, my heart was so fluttered, my feelings so confused, and all I could think about was you. You, the bored old wife of my patron, actually managed to seduce me, just like that. I'd always wanted to know that feeling, and you know what? It was everything I dreamed it would be, being in lesbians with you.
That voice sucks.
Yeah, you started off with something and then it just became a smoker voice.
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of turned into that. Anyway, let's show it to mute.
I'm sure there'll be more messages from Hana coming up. So,
Oh God. Want more from the whore?
now we're on unsent letter 3. How anyone can manage this, I do not know. Whenever I'm with you, I
Wait.
feel as
We didn't read Mute's thing.
mute. I don't have a message from you.
Well, just
We could show her
showing
the
what
message.
happens to-
Okay, we can show her too.
show on the too.
You want more from the whore? Yeah, sure. I can do that. Here you go. This one in particular is just... Wow. Really, wow. Yeah, it's super depraved, but man, it's also... What a 16-year-old. Here, read it for yourself. Looks like we'll be getting more Hana. Now
Letter
on
three
sent
is-
letter 3. How anyone can manage this, I do not know. Whenever I'm with you, feel as though there's so much pressure to be perfect, to not let you down. As if every hour of our being together is like a marriage interview with an emperor. Yet, can't stand it when you're gone. All I can think of all day is how I could hold your attention for next time. The night you snuck over knowing my husband was out, so terrified, just suddenly appeared on my doorstep, your face veiled as if you are a noblewoman. And I knew I could hardly turn you away. Do you know why? For I immediately went to make you tea, making you wait in the other room to give me a chance to calm my nerves. I was surprised to realize you were just as nervous as I, so I knew I could take advantage of that. I put both cups on the same side of the table and sat cross-legged. Come, I said. Sit with me, and gestured. You are so graceful in sitting on my lap. Your small body just the right size. I saw that even you couldn't help but blush.
How old is she? How old is Hana?
16.
Great.
That seems to be, I guess, not marriage age, but like the fact that like
I mean, I think Hyune was married at 16. so-
yeah, seems to be marriage age. But halfway through, you put your cup back down and turned around, so you're facing me, our hands just inches apart. You whispered, forget about the tea. And clasping my free hand, your tiny fingers intertwined with mine, kissed me so softly. Up until that point, I had been so worried, trying to figure out what I should do. Was I playing the man's role, or were you? But after smelling the scent of your breath and tasting the sweetness of your lips, how could I possibly ignore the passion stirring enough to care about such things? I put down my cup, took you by the chin, gently pushing you away. Oh, what longing and uncertainty was in your eyes at that moment. Beautiful, Hana. I smiled as I stared back on them, intoxicated with the fact that I had you now literally under my thumb. I clasped our hands and undid the bow of your blouse, watching your lips quiver as I pulled open the flap covering your small breasts. Okay, this is...
Getting a bit.
Running my fingers along the edge, I just admired how soft they were. So perfectly shaped. Yeah, I might. Yeah, well...
We get it.
might have to skip some stuff. Are you sure?
Yeah,
You started to ask. Well, we'll have to skip it on the
Let's show
fly.
it to mute. Just show it to mute.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
have sex.
That
Sex
one is just,
replace that segment with
wow.
sex happens.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. Skim through the final parts of it just to make sure there's no big information. Yeah, no, they just had sex. They just had sex.
Yeah.
And it was hot and steamy.
Yeah.
On set letter 4.
You know what the first thing they teach you about this role is? Of course you do. I told you all about it. The first thing they teach you is never fall in love. Nobody'd ever actually say make sure you're in control, but that's the only way it'll ever work well. I'm supposed to be the one making people fall for me. Love is for men stupid enough to buy me out from the Emperor, not for me personally. I know exactly how you managed to do it, but so Jean, you got me all the same. You know, they teach us poetry because if you appeal to men's vanity and seem a little bit clever, it's a good way to hold on to them. Get them to keep paying. With the flattering kind, sincerity never really factors too much. An abandoned line from the one I've been trying to write for you. You grab my heart just as tightly as you grab my titties. Too trite, way too trite. It's true, but I'm not gonna dump such a lousy metaphor on you. For you, you absolutely deserve sincerity. It has nothing to do with vanity, and everything to do with the fact that I really do totally love you. It's not sexual. I mean, it's sexual. I still get hot thinking of how you had your way with me and how I want to return the favor. But it's not just that. It's that you understand me. You listen to me. You smoke with me. I can pour my heart out in front of you. I can cough out my lungs in front of you. I can cry in front of you, and you get it. You don't feel bad. You don't feel pity. You don't use it as an excuse to manhandle my titties. You just get it and comfort me by being there and listening. I love you, Sojin. I'm not supposed to, but I really, really do.
Anyway, let's show it to mute.
Okay. Come on, hit the button, please. Oh, I love you. Wow, just wow. You know, I kind of feel pity for her. She probably really did think that was actually love. Which is just, come on, how uneducated can you be? Fuck you, mute. Anyway, guess you want to see more now, right? Really just the shocking details you've seen so far. Here's the part where things actually get scandalous. And I've added 3 more entries.
All about graphic lesbian porn.
And this is Hana's poem.
My heart is that of lies and lying, and of both I have had much practice. I've said to men, I love you, falsely. I've suffered pain, but smiled in lesbians. But the hardest lie I've ever told was that I could live without you.
That's so beautiful.
My poem, dedicated to Marlboro cigarettes.
Anyway, show it
Dedicated
to mute.
to, I don't even remember which cigarette company had the Camel. Was it Marlboro?
I'm pretty sure. No, wait, it might have just been. I think they were just called Camels.
That's right. That's right, they were called Camels. That's going back to the old days of being at bars with the parents. Ugh. All right, unsent letter 5. Wait.
We need to show it. We didn't show it to mute.
Oh, the poem?
I got it. Yeah.
Got
Well,
the poem
you
to,
should- you
poem
should
to mute.
read it.
Man, how's that for verse? Sorry, wrong voice. Really, it's not the translation, I assure you. It's not exactly any better than the original Korean. Can we believe that was actually written by someone who had studied poetry for years? It's pretty bad.
Good. Shut up, mute.
It's not terrible, fuck you, mute. Maybe not for what it is. Maybe you might find it successful at being arousing. It's fair enough. With all due respect, I don't think that's really enough to make a good poem. I don't know much about the subject, but I mean, come on. There's a reason why men's poetry is what gets studied and taught. Women's poetry is just used for seduction. You need real sincerity. You need someone who actually understands love. Mute, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. It's titillating, sure, but it's crap. Anyway, though, I guess you wanted to see the other poem that whore wrote for her.
Yes.
Yeah? Right, of course, here you have it. If you found the last one arousing, well, it's not any good, but I'm sure you'll be entertained at least. Sorry, can't at least give you one that was meant for a man, though. It's all the whore's poetry for Sojin. She didn't seem to write down the ones she did for anyone else, so that's all you can get.
Apparently, my sound commands, people can't hear them, even though OBS says they're doing a thing, they're working. But so, I can play it manually though. So. Good.
Real girl shit.
Anyway.
Mm. Unsent letter 5?
Yes.
It was only after I had finally started to become comfortable with you, confident that you were really mine, and that I didn't have to work to impress you, that things got complicated. My husband had left for the day. You were still lingering, having spent the night with him. But it was for me that you had a new love poem, and I undressed you while you sang it. When you were done, you clung to me, stripping me in turn while I... Oh, God. It's a very graphic detail, and I'm trying not to read it out loud for toss reasons.
Let's just skip to
This is just...
skip to page 3.
Yeah. So entranced. Wait, no, just at the end of page 2. So entranced was I at that moment that I never heard the footsteps outside. We had just started to kiss when the door suddenly opened. What a scene to walk into. There my husband was in the doorway, his courtesan and wife naked together, mouths still connected by a strand. For a moment, nobody said anything. In that time, I felt terror as never before in my life. Sangmin is not a gentle man. While he'd hardly ever raised his hand to me, I was still overwhelmed with horror that he might hurt me. Or even worse, that he would hurt you. I had seduced you, but in that moment, realized if he did try, there's nothing I could do to protect you. But just as we were stammering our I'm sorry, sirs, he just laughed. Laughed and laughed. Well, he said, ogling us with that cold stare of his. I'm certainly paying you enough for 2. Then he walked over and raised his hand. I stared in terror, but all he did was pat you on the head, as though you were a child. I don't know what she told you, but you don't have to pay any attention to her. Easier just to ignore her, really. All you could do was start to stammer. I wanted to. We were both so afraid, but he just laughed and shrugged. Whatever, he said as he passed through the other door. Neither of us knew what to do, other than climb off each other and scramble to cover ourselves back up. While we both clumsily tried to dress ourselves, Songmin walked back through the room once more, carrying a satchel. He'd forgotten it for work, I suppose. Don't have to stop on my account. If you ask permission, you can do whatever the hell you want, he said. Then he laughed again. Don't know what you think you're even going to do, though. Aren't you two missing something? Wish he had struck me instead. Would have hurt me far less than what he said, or what he had to watch me do.
I mean, at least he's cool with it. Like, he's a little condescending, but...
Incredibly condescending.
Okay, yeah, but...
And
He's better
disrespect
than
of our
fucking
in
Mute.
lesbians.
He's better than Mute.
It's fair. In
Like, he's not, like,
just
throwing them out.
specifically in this regard. He's
Yeah.
still a shitbag elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, obviously. But, like, he's at least not, like, throwing them out or anything.
Yeah.
Which, in this society, is high praise.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's show it to Mute.
Show it to me. Just imagine that scene. Her and the whore pleading with her husband, being mocked like that. What do you make of that? Being mocked like that, or...
I mean, I'd say pitiful.
Yeah?
Because they had it coming.
Yeah, had it coming is awful. I know, right? I mean, really, what an awful, pitiful scene. It's not... I'm not saying he didn't have the right to say those things. Of course he did. That is his prerogative. And sure, she was a bad wife. Ugh. What to even to a shitty ass husband. But still,
Well, I mean,
even
that is like Mute did say is this wasn't her fault.
yeah,
He was saying is like maybe she wouldn't have been in Lesbians if he were a better husband.
she would have been in Lesbians in due time.
Yeah.
But still, even he had the right that is a shitty way to treat her. Should have been a better man than that. Just really, what a pathetic scene. Just absolutely pathetic. He should have been ashamed, not laughing. Just no sense of shame. I'm glad you think so too. Anyway, I'll let you get back to it. I was feeling pitiful for her, not for him.
Yeah.
It's so letter 6.
Yep.
It's so unfair. Why couldn't you have born a man with a penis instead? Sure, you'd lose your beauty and the gentleness and the lesbian vagina,
Also,
but at least
penis
be able
ain't
to
so
do
ain't
something.
all it's cracked up to be.
And some men would be jealous instead of thinking of you as completely unthreatening. I just know you want to be able to stand up for me, and it's killing me to see that you're powerless too. Right now, he's happy to keep me around. You know, it gets him off to have something to hold over my head. It gets him off to, yeah.
Yeah.
I had no idea you were so lustful that you even settled for a woman. He says, pathetic. Ugh. The worst part, I know that the only way to keep seeing you is to play along. Oh, well, you know, for a girl my age of 47, I respond and press my hands against my face to look like I'm embarrassed. It's just playing. It's not the same without you know. I trail off because I think it's so cute when I'm too ashamed to say the word cock. Good girl, he says as etc. sex. I feel bad about it. And then I beg just to see more of you. I don't know what leaves a worse taste in my mouth, him or those words. What else can I do? I'm sorry, Sojin. I know the last time I talked with you, all I did was cry. Thanks for not asking. It was just so hard to hold it all in while smiling cutely for your husband. We have the worst fate ever.
Really? My life.
Show it to mute.
Well, yeah. Guess you probably also find that sort of thing cute, right? It's okay, I guess. That's why a smart man stays the hell away from whores. Deception is just what they do. Mute, you are getting all the wrong takes from all of this. Well, it's women in general, I guess, now that I think about it. Still, I bet if he'd read what she'd written there, he'd never have wanted to sleep with her. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. The hell, mate. Mute. Yeah, looks like this is the last one. Unsent
And I
letter
think
7.
after that, we go back to Hune.
Yeah, we can do that. We can ask her those questions.
From like an hour ago.
Yeah. Before we got on this hot and steamy tangent. The last time we spoke, I poured wine for you, rather than the usual tea. Seemed as though you needed it. I held you tight while you drank, petting your hair and wiping away every tear to drop from those deep, sad eyes. He's going to get bored eventually, you had said, and though I tried to comfort you, we both knew it to be true. Could try pressuring him to buy you, I had offered. It was our only option, really. If he didn't, you'd simply return to the service of the government to be rented out to who knows who. He would never meet again. Thanks, you said. Do you think he'll listen? You asked. I wish nothing more than to be able to lie to you to say that of course I did. That I would be all right. No, I said. I couldn't. We sat for a long time in silence. Finally, I said, even that would be worse than you deserve. He owns me. See how I'm treated. I wish you could have been far better. Sorry, you said. Please, please don't be. All of this is my fault. If I had just been a good wife and left well alone, all this... Oh, wait, that was her. All this heartbreak could have been avoided, I said, trying to calm you. but you cried more. When you had no more tears left, you spoke again. What about the other courtesan he bought? The real mother of Minhee? What if you blackmailed him? If only. I'll do it gladly for you, but the royal family knows already. I shot off my mouth in front of Mute once without thinking. Soon enough, it's my own fault too. Oh, you said. What if I gave him a son? You suggested, even though I knew how appalling the thought was to you. I couldn't help but laugh when I thought of why it would never work. Oh, Hana, I said. Do you think the reason I've never gotten pregnant was for the lack of trying? I stroked her cheek. In the months you've been with him, has your period been disrupted even once? No, you said, as you realized what I was saying. It would never work. As tears fell from your eyes once more, you started to laugh too. I figured it was just, all the chance. I shook my head. No child in the first year of marriage. That is chance, I said, laughing sadly. Whether he is too proud or too stupid to realize, I know not. But one child in 11 years of marriage, that is not chance. That is an impotent man raising someone else's daughter.
Ooh.
You looked at me, realizing the plan was doomed. There aren't any real men in this house, are there? You said finally. We laughed and laughed. Your future so sadly uncertain. I'm sympathetic to her.
Scandal.
I really am, but look, I still had to tell my mistress all about it. Couldn't just hide that. Frankly, I don't think she should have been gossiping about it. Not least of all to a whore. Doing unspeakable things to her. Well, that's messed up, but it only affects herself. Telling the whore about her husband's failings. That's just reckless. That could harm the whole family. Not that the family needed any help cementing its own ruin at this point. But it's the principle of the thing. It's still wrong. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading.
Okay, that's all from block 2.
Yep. Actually, no, it's not. There's
Oh, we
Pretty
missed Pretty
Flower from Hana. Oh, this was the other poem.
Oh, okay.
I think this one was the one for Sungmin.
Pretty flower who could plant you then abandon you in your bed. Every day I stop to admire your aroma. Will your gardener mind? Each night I pluck my own petals, but dream of yours in bloom. Ugh.
And
we have something.
now we have a message.
Or should we show it and then tell?
I already clicked the message.
Okay.
Well, there you have it. That's it for the scandalous and sordid story of the noble wife Sojin and her husband's whore. I keep going back and forth on how to feel about the whole thing. On the one hand, I feel pretty bad for Sojin. It should have never had to sink to that for her. On the other hand, well, it's not like she didn't make her decisions for herself. Be wrong to just cover it up, right? Did respect her, but at the end of the day, she did do unspeakable things with the whore. Just kind of conflicted, especially now that she's long gone. Well, anyway, what do you think of all that? It
I don't want
awful.
to say
It's
either of these.
They're both awful. They're both terrible choices. Because saying it's awful, like, weirdly gives agreeance with Mute's shitty opinions.
Yeah.
Saying it's
And then
hot is like
just-
a little bit more in favor of what happened, but like
But in
not
the
the right
wrong
take
way.
on it at all.
Like, neither of these are good takes. I mean, let's just go with,
Real hot girl shit.
like, I don't, just because, like, it's
how
better
did
than
it-
saying it was awful.
Well, it's messed up, but yeah, I guess there is that. Me, I'm just kind of personally a bit grossed out. But that's because I'm a woman, obviously. Figured you'd think that. You can be in lesbian too. Don't shut yourself off so early, Mute. Anyway, so that's all what I want you to keep in mind. Stories like that, even the messed up ones. There's a reason why the last one dates to the year 322. It's not that their affair came to a conclusion. It's that they just both died. So yeah. Even if it is one hell of a story, it's one that ended completely abruptly. Just remember that, all right?
And now let's show.
Now it's show it. Man, how's that reversed? Really, it's not the translation. Can you believe that was actually written by someone who's... this is the same... That was the same response
Literally
to the other poem.
what you said about the other poem.
No.
Okay, so block 2
Block
completed.
2 done.
We have. There's a couple new things in block 4, and there's one new thing in block 9.
Can do the block 9 one, but I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, so the new bruise.
Yes. All right. I'll be right back.
Dearest mother, I really could use your advice. Husband has been working very late into the night recently, on some business that he won't even share with me. I understand his reluctance to talk to me about things his superior has sworn him to secrecy on. And that damn child has been keeping me plenty busy anyway, but I still wish he could talk to me. Last night he was out even later than normal, and when he finally did return, he had a black eye. His face and hands bloodied. He looked really bad. The sight of all that really scared me. Of course, you of all people know that I'm hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. I've murdered 5 people. It was how hurt he looked. I hurried him to the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. I'll admit my voice wavered when I asked, "Husband, what happened?" He was reluctant to answer and grunted in pain when I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye. Finally did. You absolutely cannot repeat what he said to me. Do you understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even to father, but I truly need advice.
I had some questions for Hyde Magistrate's office. He sent his brother, Smith St. Q, to answer them. That's a dumb, nasty one.
My husband trailed off, thinking.
I asked him something he didn't agree with. I had the moral high standing, but he had the physical high standing.
His wounds clean. I didn't know what to do. I touched the uninjured part of his face to comfort him. Then he joked,
Turns out his argument hurt a whole lot more than mine.
but I could tell underneath he was truly hurt. What do I do, Mother? How am I supposed to respond to such an awful thing happening? I've tried to comfort him as best as I can, but I just don't know what else I can do, Mother. Please, you must have some advice about how to treat horrible wounds.
So let's show this shit to bitch.
You read it while I was in the bathroom.
Yeah. So basically, her husband went to talk to the High Magistrate, and the High Magistrate's dumb brother beat him up for it.
Hooray. Oh, hey, wait, that reminds me of something else. Well, you know Hana, right? The whore who got herself seduced by Sojin? It's really not... not really a lot of writing from her, but got a log entry from Kim Young-suk about her. You probably want to see it. Yeah, well, I'll let you get back to it then. Figured that's probably something you're pretty interested in.
She thinks we want to hear the dirty stuff now. Great.
Apparently. A new bribe.
Yeah. I think this was you.
Yeah, I think this was the fancy voice. The incident occurred to me right as I was leaving the magistrate's office after a late night of going through some of his paperwork. The corridor lights had long ago dimmed, and the office should have been empty. So the horse slinked against the wall right outside. Definitely slid out. She was small, looked very young. Obviously, she was dressed like any commoner, with her arms covering otherwise exposed breasts and all. I won't lie and say she wasn't attractive. She certainly was. I'm sure she's very good at her role. Hi, the horse said, approaching me. You're Kim Sung-hyung-suk, right? I said yes. My name is Hana. Fuck that voice. It hurts.
I did it for like entire
I know, and I can't handle it for one. She said, offering her hand to shake. It's an honor.
An honor to meet you.
I didn't take it, and told her that it wasn't appropriate to be talking to her now.
But I've got a message from Smith Songmin that he really insisted I deliver.
The horse said, moving closer.
Can I come inside?
I said no, of course. Even then, I could tell exactly where this was going, and was not pleased. Isaac.
Is ketchup sweet?
Yeah.
Depends. I get no sugar added ketchup.
Yeah, then you're probably much less sweet. But by default, much ketchup sold in the US is very sweet.
But I specifically get non-sweetened. Unsweetened ketchup. But hello, everyone.
Hello.
Sound commands are unfortunately busted today, so I'm having to do them manually. But so this visual novel is a colony ship went missing and everyone on it died, and hundreds of years later it was found, and so we have come to look at the ship's logs to figure out what happened. And so far what we know is there were two rival noble families. The Smiths were in power at first, but like the three Smith sons were like very corrupt. Like the High Magistrate, Sungmin, was like messing around with a bunch of whores, and his wife and one of his whores were lesbians together. And the other two Smiths had their own issues. And then the Kim family, which were kind of rising in power, they were kind of doing a bunch of political stuff. And then in order to gain more power, there was a girl in cryostasis that had been in their family for generations, just like because she had health issues. So she was being frozen until modern medicine got good enough to save her. But so they unfroze her and put her, and like decided to marry her off to the emperor so that they would have power. And so this girl did not want that. So what she did was she uploaded herself into the computer and killed everyone. And we're trying to find the details of that. So initially when we started looking at the logs, the AI we met was her. But so we also unlocked another AI who was the ship's like real AI, and she's like the security like AI. And she's also, and it's very interesting because like Hyune, who is the girl, she had like very modern sensibilities, and then this one is like, I'm misogynist and shit.
Yeah.
Because like the society is kind of fucked up. She's like, I was friends with Mr. Smith's wife, but like she was doing unspeakable things to that prostitute. And it's like, it was a beautiful thing. Okay, so
Is really insistent.
she said, putting her hand on my face and smiling. I slapped it away instantly and shoved her into a wall. Then tell him I said no. I snapped at the whore and walked away. She chased after me for a while, but eventually seemed to realize that she wasn't going to get me, and gave up. She was gone by the time I got home. I still can't believe he actually thought that would work. But I want to know more about what the High Magistrate's association with that whore even was.
and says there's nothing new from Mute about that. So there's 4 new things in block 4, and then we can show Hyune the questions, or we could just skip straight to the questions.
I think we could probably skip to the questions. So we kind of know
Okay.
most of what the Smiths have been up to, which is mostly just being shitty.
Mm-hmm. So, wait, wrong one.
Override terminal. Enable AI Hyune. Quit.
So, hey girl, you murder anyone lately?
You're still here. Well,
No,
that's right.
we decided.
That's right. Because we found out her real
Once
identity.
we figured out that she and the pale bride, who was the girl in cryostasis, were the same person, we kind of. You're still here. Well, I mean, that's perfectly fine with me. I guess I was wrong about what you were looking for. Well, why don't you show me something related to what you're interested in, and I'll help to try and help and help and help and. Sorry, error there a bit. I'll try and help as best I can. I'm sorry, it's just hard to guess, as you can tell. So,
Speak
log document.
or go straight to the questions?
Access log documents and go to Mute's questions.
Okay.
So,
She wants
question
to speak
one.
with us.
How you doing? Oh, she wants to speak with us? Oh,
Yeah.
So we can. I just thought it's a little bit silly to keep this whole pretense with the schoolgirl librarian look. You think?
A little, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what he really looks like. Yeah. Well, I was just thinking, I've always been into cosplay. I actually designed
Check.
a bunch of other outfits too. Now I'm saying this like it's a little awkward, but you want to say, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to dress me up if you want. I'm sorry, I make this really weird. So I have a couple I think are really cute, and you might want to see them. Please don't read into it or anything. It's not like I'm trying to please you because she deleted it.
Yep.
It's not like I'm trying to please you or anything. I just think it might be fun, that's all. Anyway, you don't have to if you don't want to, but it's change outfit if you're really interested. Sorry, it's really weird to ask, but now that I think about it, Jace, what am I saying? I just thought maybe you might be interested in that? That might be your
Now,
kink.
do we
Yes.
change? Okay. Terminal change underscore outfit.
Oh my god, I wonder if it works on mute.
We can try.
Hanbok, maid, detective, or scientist.
What is a hanbok?
It's the traditional Korean outfit.
Oh, okay. So, like what Mute was wearing.
Kind of, yeah. I kind of want to see detective.
Detective.
What do you think?
Dang it. Sure. We can do detective.
Oh, was there one that you wanted?
No. I mistyped. That's why I said dang it.
Oh.
You have to do change underscore outfit detective.
Oh. Okay, cool.
I like it.
Nice. I knew the day was trouble the moment I connected to my ship. Couldn't say a word, left all the questions to me. Or something like that. So you're interested in cosplay after all, see? There. Expert detective work on my part. But really now, we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes especially well. That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, what do you think? You'd make a cute sidekick.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Even though you murdered everyone.
I mean, yeah, we can get past that. This one's based off a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter since it's countless hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, it was my favorite.
That was Herlock Sholmes.
I don't really like mysteries, but the love story in it was wonderful. Well, that and it had a really cute guy for a hero. Anyway, it had dressed like this, and it looked really great. Sidekick? Ha, I like that a lot. So, about the whole look. You really don't mind when a girl dresses or acts more like a guy then? I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, you do you.
Just as long as you don't kill me. Well, I think it's a really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. The part that's really sort of funny, I actually have no idea how an outlet like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotionally, I mean literally. I have no idea what suits feel like. I've never worn them in my life. Huh, well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I should stop babbling. I'm just really excited as well. I suppose I should let you get back to it. Lead on, investigator, and your trusty sidekick will help as best you can. Okay, Now, is it me or is the screen glitching out a little bit for you?
It did it a couple times, but it hasn't done it for a bit.
It's like, well, it's just like everything's a bit more grainy.
Oh, I don't have that.
Huh. Weird. Anyway, access log documents. Mute questions. Question 1.
How are you doing?
Wait. Whoa, weird thing.
Well,
I'm getting something.
as in the game's
right.
hiccuping, or
No, as in important. Right. And remember when I said that I'd never interrupt you unless there was something really, really wrong? Because that's annoying and I don't want to bother you, but... Look, I don't want to scare you here. This isn't your... It's your fault. And then she corrected it too. This isn't your fault, but we have a really big problem. I'm sure you've noticed that static on the line, Rest. I was wondering what caused that, so I checked into... Well, don't panic here, but it's a reactor meltdown in progress.
yeah, I don't have that.
Yeah. I'm really sorry. We've been running in low power mode for so long, and that was fine, but when you established communications, everything started back up again. Which should have been fine, except it's been centuries since the last maintenance job was done, and I'm not really sure what's wrong yet. Not gonna lie to you, this is bad. This is really, really bad. I don't know if you're really running aware of how this works, but we're running on nuclear fission. And it looks like we've got about 20 minutes before a total meltdown. It's already running really, really hot now. I wish I'd noticed sooner. I'm sorry. And now there's a clock. The ship is about 20 minutes from exploding. Can you make it out of range within 20 minutes? Maybe not. I don't know much about nuclear reactors, but yeah, that's what I expected. Don't panic though. I can walk you through shutting it down. Just, I have no idea why I'm getting this and you aren't.
I'm getting it now. I scrolled through more stuff.
Okay. Well,
So I'm trying to catch up.
I said maybe not when she asked if I could get away.
Mhm.
Drop to the terminal, disable the nuclear reactor. Is everything working properly? It should be that simple. I mean, I'm sure it won't be. This is a really old chip, and clearly all your one thing has gone wrong. Anyway, your first step is to try. Just go through as fast as you can.
I'm where you are now. What do we do? Override terminal, or just speak with her?
Help. Reactor. Use. Disable. Reactor disable.
Permanently terminate your connection. Are you sure you want to continue?
Fuck. N. Power control.
Enable, disable, list multiple.
Disable power control.
Wait, power control list.
Power control list. Okay. So,
Artificial gravity is taking up 36%. I'm thinking turn off artificial gravity. Power control, disable gravity.
and you can do multiple in one line. So
Yeah.
gravity cores 3 through 6. Power control disable. and sensors. Waste. I think that's as best we can do.
Mm-hmm.
Speak with Yune.
Okay.
We already tried. Yes, I tried. Curses. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. See if I can't figure out what's stopping you. That's pretty bad. Right, very well. I know what the problem is. So here's the thing. There's two power systems. One's a nuclear reactor. Well, the other is a power storage system. Doesn't really generate anything. It's just a battery, basically. That's what the ship's been running off of in lower power mode. And that was fine, except restarting the communications totally drained it. Geez, shit goes 600 years and just running me with no problem. Set a few radio signals and everything goes to hell. Anyway, I see what the error was now. If you turn the reactor off right now, everything will shut down forever. Because it can't fall back on the power storage. Don't worry, don't panic. There's a backup. If you switch to that, it should be quite alright. Right, so all you have to do is switch the power support system, storage system to the secondary battery. Then you'll be able to disable the reactor safely. Okay. So, back to override terminal. Help. PSS. Okay, PSS.
PSS enable secondary battery.
Well, no, switch battery.
Oh.
Disable.
Oh, I need to disable more.
Oh, wait, do we need to disable more of that?
Yeah, we need less power usage. So power control list. Need 5% more gone. Turn off communications. That's 6%.
No, well, communications is what we need.
That's true. It seems they want us to turn off either mute or Hune. Then.
I feel like well, let's try disabling communications.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Terminate
No.
communication. Nope.
That's what I thought would happen.
Yeah, so we have to turn off one of them. Thing is that as much as Hune's wrong, she has the information that we're looking for, which is to see what the fuck happened.
I mean, I feel like both of them would probably have the info. I feel like this is like the big choice.
Yeah. Mute will have more information, but like specifically how everyone died, that's basically all gonna be on Hune. Because Hune would have had to disable Mute before killing everyone.
Right. And also, we already got the questions from Mute, so.
Yeah. So I guess we're gonna
And also
disable
Mute
Core 1.
Mute. So, power.
Disable Core 1. Fun part, all data will degrade within 24 hours or less. We can turn it back on in that much time. It's fine.
Okay, you said Core 1?
Yes.
Why? And now,
PSS. PSS. Switch battery. Now safely disable reactor power.
mine still says primary battery remaining. Wait.
0.1, but it should be saying power storage system status enabled using secondary battery. Second battery remaining is 20%. Power usage is at 20%. You may now safely disable
Okay,
reactor power.
I had already tried doing the switch battery before, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so. Reactor disable. It says no backup power is.
Mine says we'll
wait.
safely fall back on PSS if reactor is disabled.
I had to do PSS enable. Okay, so reactor disable. Okay.
Okay, we're safe.
It still says
Cool.
timer counting down.
Well, let's quit and talk to Hyuna about it.
Got it.
Oh, right, you did it. The reactor is disabled. And, oh fuck, we still have a problem. It's still at critical temperature. Well, the good news is you're safe now. I'm not, though. Even if there's no nuclear explosion, it's just the heat alone can do enough damage to the computer system to, well, kill me. This is really bad. Please, you have to figure out something to deal with the excess heat. I'm already suffering from serious damage. Some subsystems aren't responding. My word, I feel like I did when I was alive. I feel like I'm dying. Please, you have to do something. Help me. Terminal override. So we need to cool her down.
Yeah.
What's SU? Oh, that's a.
That's the password.
Maybe if we. Maybe if we. Wait. Decrypt Hune AI. Okay, that didn't work. Copy. Okay, copy core 2 for 6. Oh wait, whoops, messed that up. Copy core 2 for 6. Disable Hune AI. Wait, how do you?
Help. Disable.
How do you spell?
HYEUN.
Oh, okay.
Dang it.
Oh wait, it was.
HEUNAI? Dang it. HYUNAE. God damn it.
She wants to urgently speak with me. You have that?
Fine. Yes. So quit. Speak to her.
I've got it. I know what you can do. quickly. Enable the bulkheads. Enable the emergency life support, and then disable the bulkhead seals. There's not enough safe air left on the ship to actually keep anyone alive, but it should be enough for venting the excess heat into space. Enable the bulkheads.
Power control lists.
I already have the bulkheads enabled.
Disable? No, we're supposed to disable bulkheads. Right?
Oh.
Because it would vent the air
Enable
out.
the bulkhead, then enable the life support, then disable the bulkhead.
Oh. Okay, so just enable life support.
Didn't have
Insufficient power.
Disable docking. Okay, so power control enable life support. Now power control disable. Wait, bulkheads.
Bulkheads plural. Atmosphere is being vented out into space. Timer's gone.
Yes.
Then quit, I guess.
Yeah.
Easy.
You did it. You did it. The nuclear reactor is both completely deactivated and at a safe temperature. We're safe. I was pretty scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not like I didn't think you could. It's just the thought of actually dying for good was scary. It was scary. But you did it, and I'm fine now. And not psychotic. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Well, that was close. I think we both really deserve a break from the serious business, don't you agree? I'm gonna say not really.
Yeah, not really, because still need to do stuff.
Yeah.
And we're running on limited time. And also we're running on a limited time to keep Mute alive.
Yeah.
Mute's core is shut down at the moment.
Serious business it is, then. Okay, so now access log documents finally get to use the questions.
Mm-hmm.
So, question 1. How are you doing? Show message. What is this? You talk to Mio, that bitch. I don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm sure she hadn't changed a bit since back then. Oh god, she was such a bitch in high school. Don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what. Please, promise. I mean, she's dead, so promise.
She's not dead yet, just decaying.
Yeah.
Also, show her question 1 again. I saw that one before my screen started going staticky.
I really appreciate that. At least you gave me a fair chance. Well, if you show me one of her questions, I'll tell you the truth, but I don't think it's what she'll expect. Wait, so you want me to do
question one again? Yeah.
Well, to be honest, nervous. I'm really nervous. You're the first person I've talked to in so long, and I'm really happy about that. But, like, I'm exposing a lot. I know you promised to trust me and all, so thanks. It's just, this is all really new to me. But it's good. I'm glad. I'm fucking glad. I wouldn't be so nervous if I wasn't happy you were there to listen.
It's still not what I have when I tossed her question 1. She responded with the first line being fine, I guess.
Oh, did you tell her that you didn't trust her? When the first time you did question 1?
Mine says, if you say you're sorry about being so mistrustful, I'd understand.
I'd say, but like the first time you did question 1, did you tell her that you didn't trust her?
thought
that you
I
wouldn't listen to,
did.
that like you wouldn't listen to mute anymore.
No, I didn't. I think I.
Well, apologize now. Maybe it'll fix it.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, now if I throw question 1 over, just still says fine, I guess. I said I'm sorry. Fine, let's
I mean, like,
try to
maybe
question
the next
2.
one. Yeah. How do you feel about me? Wow, there's a tough question. What
Oh,
do you? Okay, cool. We're the same.
it said in love, and then she deleted it.
Oh, I missed. I was looking away. I mean, you seem like a really good person. I think I could. Fuck you. You seem to be a really good listener. I like that.
I'm specifically trying to get information out of you. Listening is exactly what I need to do.
Also, I literally can't talk.
That too.
Does that answer your question? I'd say. Does it?
I forget what the question was.
It was, what do you think of me?
Oh,
I'll say yes.
yeah, why not?
Okay, good. Not that I really understand why Mute was asking. Why don't you treat me with more respect? Oh, dang. I think we can skip that one.
Oh, well, I already threw it in.
Oh. Okay. What? Jace, my word, what are you talking about? When have I ever not traded with you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful AI, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Yeah, Tom.
Jeez. I was just giving you the question Mute asked.
I said, what, let's say, what do you really look like?
Okay, send that over.
Well, about a few thousand lines of assembly code and a few gigabytes of memories, I suppose, sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I don't really know what that looks like. Oh, I guess you meant before I died, don't you? Well, I was 13 years old when I woke up and 16 when I died. So, well, I looked younger, but I wasn't really all that different, just shorter, I guess. And I guess I'm smaller in other places, too. Everyone always did say I was pretty, though, even when I didn't have these massive badong hunkaroos. So just, I guess, picture a shorter version of me without the glasses and with my hair in some dumb braid or other, in a hanbok, and that's pretty much it. Never really got to dress up the way I wanted to. Even this is the first time I've been able to wear my school uniform since I was 13, before I got put in stasis. Silly as that, being excited about wearing a uniform. Well, I mean,
But yeah, before we dressed you up as a detective.
And I mean, you know how much I was into cosplay. I never really had a chance for that when I was alive. So being able to dress up in something as totally unknown as a suit, I actually think that's exciting. Why do you even ask? What are you thinking? Let's say she looks good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Anyway, we should really get back to the more serious stuff, don't you think? Okay.
How old are
she
you?
already said how old.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
basically know that one.
It's a harmless question, so we might as well.
Okay.
Isn't that the one question you're never supposed to ask a woman? Just so proud. I was born in the year 2415, then was put into stasis for, I don't know. And I lived for another 3 years and died about 622 years ago, at the age of 16. So you gotta tell me how old I am. I don't know. Really, I don't think it really matters at this point, does it? Yeah, I mean, it was a harmless one.
Yeah.
Do not ask question 7.
Uh.
But question 6 is okay.
Okay. Yeah, the 7's something Mute absolutely would say
Mm-hmm.
that we wouldn't say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course. Of course, that'd be one of our questions. I don't. Well, let me put it this way. I suppose, did she have anything nice to say about me?
No, she kind of didn't.
I feel like lying would get more information, though.
Probably. She was nice.
Oh, really? Maybe I was wrong about her then. Really, I don't know much about her other than what I've read in other people's logs. She never talked to me, ever. I mean, she wasn't above talking about me. But no, never said anything to me. That's all I know about her. She's a gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now. So, skip 7.
Did you ever have any friends?
After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. 2, I mean, now that you're here.
We're
now
a
I have my
friend?
kitties. Anyway, before it was just her. The Queen, my husband's wife. Rie Jia Hua. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you. It's probably better if you read it for yourself. These are from right after I got married.
Question
wanna-
9 first, or I feel like question 9 can come after we look at the other journals
diary.
that she just gave us.
Yeah. Access log documents.
Block 6 is new.
Just as girls, as wives. Dare. I guess it's been forever since I cared enough to write anything down. I just haven't seen the point. This is my last entry. I got married, moved into the palace, and got fucked. Anyway, for a girl my age, none of these are really that weird. The Queen finally insisted on talking to me the night after I first slept with Dearest husband. I'd been expecting it. My sister warned me that she would be probably jealous, and I'd just have to endure it. She outranks me, and I would simply have to kowtow to her if I need be. I haven't had to yet, though. We had tea together, and she was at least has started by acting friendly. I'm sure sister was right. I'll get the brunt of her anger soon enough, but today she was friendly. How you holding up, girl? She asked me after we finished with tea. I shrugged. Dear trust me, know how hard I have ever knew it. I've been through it myself, you know. But I was like, at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That's what I would expect from any good girl. Oh wait, that's what would be expected from any good girl. So I nodded. It gets easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry, am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. I just clasped my hands and shook my head. I just wanted to be sure, she said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night when you got fucked? It surprised me that she was wanting to bring up the subject. Figuring it was a segue into her being vindictive towards me for sleeping with her husband, I shrugged as she continued. Just know he can be rough. Nobody ever talked about those duties with me. Then she smiled, and I felt like I could almost drop my guard. I had no idea what to expect my first time. Do you believe me? I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of. But do tell me, how was it? It made me think back on last night. Honestly, it was the best night I've ever had since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen, warned me that it would be bad. It would be a duty, nothing more. But honestly, I fucking loved it. I love getting fucked. I would let him keep me up all night if he had the energy for it. I guess while I was thinking about all that, I let out a slight smile. Caught myself, but not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. Please, that is. That's perfectly alright. So as long as you know it's just for him, there's absolutely no shame in that. There's none. I expected her to jump into something passive-aggressive from that, but she didn't. All she did was change the subject and said she was really worried about me. Maybe she's not so bad. God. Share message.
So message. Be reminded of that time you fucked the Emperor.
So yeah, she was really kind. She was good to me. She really was. We were in lesbians together. Do we want to know more about her husband or Jaehua?
I mean, we'll be able to ask both. Your husband would probably expected to be more of why she went and killed everyone. Or maybe it was Jaehua that did. I don't know.
Let's do Jaehua first.
Okie dokie.
Then you're in luck. She's in all these entries. Well, she was really the only thing in my life worth writing about for the most part. There's one in there that she wrote herself about our husband, and you can see for yourself, she's a lot stronger than I ever was. So you can see for yourself why I admired her. And, well, just read them, alright? So show it to her again. The other option.
Yeah. Husband.
I'm sorry, I'm not really ready to talk about him, not beyond what I wrote in my diary. It's just too hard. He was just too hard. We never, I mean, it's not like we had conversations. You think our relationship is one-sided, you have no idea. Anyway, here, I can give you some more. There's an entry from Jaehua in there. She did, okay, we get the same answer for either way. Okay, so, little sister. Dear diary, attending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yeah, there's days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going, but I'm still getting increasingly more sick. Nothing will change that. But it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me. No abuse or anything. That's such a great standard for a marriage. Sure, it's not like I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who cares only about politics and never tells me anything. Love, well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I even got the impression that was something that could happen in a marriage. I thought it was from something in the past, but, well, I was young before I got put in stasis, and must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated like I was by my sister, and sleeping with him feels good. I really hope I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and Jaehua's talks with me. I just want to get fucked. She's nice. She keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches servants to take me to bed on those days and do favors to sit for too long. And she just talks to me as I'm a friend. I don't really understand why, but I guess she doesn't hate me after all. Here, let me tell you, she said one evening when she brushed my hair. I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense? I shrugged. It was nice of her, and it felt relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway. By now she knows better. She just keeps talking to me, and it's cool. We smoked some weed together.
See you as a little sister that also has sex with my husband.
Look, we have a very open family.
Apparently so.
We share everything, including husbands. Deal with it.
We have to.
You want to take Jake?
Sure. I'm trying to think what would be a good voice for her. The more she lives in my house, the more I'm confused by the mystery that is the pale bride. Why can I only do fancy voices? I can't do a good Dutch voice. That is true. No wonder why my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. Their daughter seems to be the perfect woman. She's not simply a pale beauty. She's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue. Seems to hang off his every word, and it turns out is actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I have observed her writing to herself, in perhaps what may be a diary. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but was quick to hide it. I could not recognize a single character on her screen, however. It seemed simplified.
I just realized, sorry. Like on the side, like the Kim family tree. Actually, no, wait. Are those both Chinese characters or?
I can't tell. I don't know the difference between. I just know that Korean characters typically use like circles.
Yeah, they're more round.
Yeah, so I can't properly tell if the Kim family is a Chinese symbol versus like the Smith one being a Korean symbol.
I think it actually is Chinese because I feel like I recognize that from my
It does look like a pagoda type building, which I'm not sure. I don't know Korea's history well enough to know if they also had pagodas.
Sorry, continue.
They seemed simplified compared to regular writing, but perhaps she was inventing a writing system just for herself. It is very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked her, curious. Seemingly she had. Did you read them? Her response was worried, as if she was scared that I would be angry to find out that she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry, I had assumed. Are you able to read? That was when I found out that she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, to which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I'm likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing the more embarrassing parts of the family history, bringing myself to talk about them, even if I know she would never say anything. It's just far too much. Like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or an effort to make me happy. This troubles me.
Joe to Hune. Of course, I wasn't illiterate. I could read as fine, just not those stupid Chinese-based letters. I mean, I can understand them now. Everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. Such a dumb way of writing, though. It makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean. Anyway, you're showing me that because you're interested in her admonitions, right? I mean, I guess.
Yeah?
Then here, I'll just give you the letter she sent. They give all the details, even the ones she was too embarrassed to tell me about at the time. You can probably guess which parts she cut out. There's a lot of lesbians. It's pretty
Oh.
Okay.
Incest now.
Having read about it now, I really don't blame her. And well, here, you can see what I mean for yourself. I have to go to the bathroom.
I wanted to look at the Kim family tree in the meantime, so go ahead.
Okay. You do that. I will.
Ah, shoot, no. I won't be able to find anything from the Kim family tree. Because we don't have anything on... We don't have anything related with family tree related to the Emperor.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get one.
I thought you were going to the bathroom.
I am. I was just changing my scene and stuff. And you started talking. So, yeah, now I'll be right back.
I don't... I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know where the Emperor's line comes in. Or... What was her name? Ryu Jiehua. Was there a Jiehua anywhere? Was she a smith? No, I think she's just the Emperor's wife. Or at the very least, the Emperor's first wife, it seems. I don't quite know. Where that could have come into play, that we could have been hinted at it earlier. It seems that it's pretty new. I just want to see where the new entries are. Oh! Her admonitions are there for sure. We wanted block 10. But we were in block 6. We'll see where we'll go from there. Hope everyone's doing all right, though. I know this is a very different stream. Very much have to focus on the story at hand and piecing things together. That it's not too much that we can chat directly with chat without having to converse with each other firstly. I'm intrigued. I'm having a good time. We may do something like this in the future, perhaps. Actually, I have a visual novel that I've had for a while that I haven't played yet. That actually might be good and suited for this. Eliza, which is by Zachtronics, which Zachtronics makes basically programming and engineering games, and they decided or like they have story in some of them, and the story writer actually I really enjoyed the story of Opus Magnum, and they did a full-blown thing. Welcome back.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to piece together where something like the incest would have been alluded to earlier, but I couldn't find
it's
anything.
like a general royal family thing.
Yeah, which it was not unheard of in that day or in this type of society. I was just curious if that. I was trying to look through the families, the family lineage, to see if any of that was alluded to, and I was like, that you don't really see anything from the Emperor.
Yeah, they have to continue the Redfield family bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
I also have chips and queso.
Chimps. But yeah.
Anyway,
So we can continue to mutinous.
Yeah, Dear Diary, I've been thinking a lot about how close my death must be now. Lately, I've been getting more prone to fainting spells. This probably goes right along with my diminishing appetite. The doctor from the past was right, I've still got over a year left to live. Maybe more. He said it wasn't very likely to get bad enough to kill me until I was at least 18. Though maybe all those years in stasis might have changed that? I don't know. But he was right, and I haven't lost track of time. I'm 16 and a half right now, so there's still a while. I've been trying to hide the signs of sickness. Even if I could explain, I know full well that nobody would believe me. So far, hiding it has been mostly working, though I did have one of my fainting spells while my husband was on top of me. He wasn't angry at me, though. I don't think he really cared. God, all I know...
If that happens, you stop. Fuck.
Yeah. All I write about these days is sex with my husband and conversations with his wife. The Kim family would be proud, I guess. Those two things are all that's really worthwhile in my life. I have other responsibilities at cards, so just not that interesting. And that's about it. Anyway, the Queen has continued to be nice to me. She finally figured it out. We were having tea together one afternoon. She was talking about nothing in particular, and she asked me some question I just shrugged to. I hope you don't take it the wrong way, she then said, but there's something I'd like to ask you. I nodded. I don't think you've ever heard your voice before. I nodded again. Why don't you ever speak to me? Are you just saving that for the Emperor? I didn't know how to respond. She was so close. Thanks for the host, wait. Thanks for the host, Niv. Okay, it took a while for the thing to update. I didn't know how to respond. She was so close to getting it, to bring up the subject I wasn't able to, yet that wasn't the right question. So I shook my head and hoped that her next question would be. Wait, but I'm pretty sure that she had literally said, like, there were things in the past where she said things.
I don't know.
No,
she spoke when she briefly got out of the egg, but I don't know if she just, like, as time passed, stopped speaking because it was too hard on her.
What's his face is what? Kim, what's his face? Her sister-in-law or sister.
Mm-hmm.
Like she told her, like, can't you see how sick I am? And then she was like, it's like, I'm so pale and skinny, and she's like, God, I'm so jealous.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, she may have just gotten to this point where a few years later down the line, and she's can't really talk anymore.
I felt like screaming yes at the top of my lungs.
Queen!
I was so happy she'd finally figured it out. I smiled and was about to nod enthusiastically, but suddenly I stopped. What if she thought blah 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 less of me if I said yes? If she knew that the reason I was so quiet and demure wasn't because of any sort of discipline. Those were the things people liked about me. Would she stop liking me if she knew? What if she told my husband? I was so terrified, I couldn't think of any correct answer. If I said no, I'm sure she would have been asked to hear what my voice sounded like, and I'd be forced to disobey. And if I nodded, then she'd know I wasn't really trying hard to be a good wife. And I'm sure she would talk to my husband about it, so he'd know too. But while I stared at her in terror, thinking of how to respond, she sighed and sipped her tea. Don't worry about it, girl. Shit, you don't have to answer. Please, don't forget. Just forget I am an ass. It's cool. Niv hates stocks. Fair. So I'll show it to Hune. You know, nobody ever noticed that until her. Nobody cared. Nobody ever thought about it. Cared enough about me to find out. But she did care. She actually paid attention. She was great. I feel like maybe Hune's lying, though.
There is potential in that.
Like, there's inconsistency there.
It's either inconsistency or, yeah, just in the time gap between shortly after she was taken out of cryo and getting married. Just more things happened. I don't know. Arguing the Emperor. My concern over the pale bride's condition has grown. Lately, she has seemed to grow even quieter. If such a thing is... What?
You're cutting out.
I didn't change anything. Is that better?
Yeah.
That's all I did was scroll it up and down back to its original spot. It's fine. Well, perhaps saying she's mute is an assumption too far on my part. I tried asking her directly, but she seems too scared to answer. That simply makes me more suspicious, and I should like to know why. I addressed my husband on the matter, telling him that I wish to speak to the woman of the Kim family house, to see if I could find out what is wrong. He shrugged me off, saying, Don't. They're valuable subjects. The son is someone I have my eye on in particular. The politics of this situation are far too delicate for you to be meddling with. I cleared my throat. He might be both my husband and emperor, but I would not let that stop me from being told. My dear husband, I don't care, I said flatly. I am worried about the girl. I believe that talking to her mother might shed some light on the matter. A son is of no concern to me. Niv, I can see what you're typing. I have both chats open. I don't see why it matters. She's the perfect woman. Why are you jealous? He said, rolling his eyes at me. A gesture that he's only been able to use on me and his servants ever since becoming emperor. Nobody had the patience for it when he was a child, and I don't have it now either. Inhodius, do you believe that the well-being of your wife is a political matter, or even an external matter? I asked. He didn't. So would you say it's a domestic matter? I asked. He reluctantly agreed. Then as a domestic matter, it is the responsibility of the woman of the house, is it not? Please tell me. You are obviously more well-read in the classics than I said, both of us knowing he wasn't. Fine, he said, but just because it is your responsibility does not mean I can't overrule you. He left silent the follow-up. I don't have to take this from you. You do know that my concerns are valid, though, I replied. If you value my opinion, you will let me speak to the Kim mother. There was a pause, then he raised his hand in annoyance. Very well, do it. It's women's business. I don't want a part in it regardless. Then he just shook his head. I must all our conversations be arguments. I smiled to him and left. He already knows the answer.
I kind of love Jaehua.
Yeah, she's pretty great.
So show it to Hune.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew about that when we were alive. Like most things, I only found out after I took over the ship's computer.
Still don't know how she took over the ship's computer.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, look at her.
gonna
She's a
have
woman. Man and one.
She will do
I'm
as
guessing-
she pleases.
She just plugged a USB cable into her ear.
Probably.
She wasn't clumsy like I was. She knew how to work it. She knew how to work it, girl. Isn't that amazing? Oh. Oh. The next one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Immediate title shift, like, oh, fuck.
Even the music shifted.
I think that music shifts to any time it's an unread message, but it feels like it was better timed with this.
I mean, it was like a darker music, though.
Mm-hmm.
Away with me, fuck.
Yeah. Put the chips and queso down. You have to be a bitch.
You always forget how terrible it is to cry yourself to sleep until it happens. This is the ultimate feeling of helplessness, but what's new there, right? I just miss her. Even if she scared me, I miss her so damn much. Jaehua was the only one who was sympathetic to me. Why'd she have to die? Is that my fate? Everything I touch dies. Including myself. Anything that makes whatever short life I have left bearable must go. Faye just hates me, I decided. I don't know what killed her. I overheard one of the servants saying that the doctor claimed it was too much worry caused an excess of wood in the spleen, which he claimed to be common in oversensitive women. I was baffled by the absurdity at the time. Still am now.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
Mm.
It's just it's an abundance of wood. It just happens to women who care
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah, like we did we did an autopsy and there was just a wooden stake in her spleen, and just that happens when you worry too much. It's natural causes.
Yeah.
Like, my only friend is dead and her diagnosis is absolutely insane. What do you say to that? I guess it's not like I need to worry about knowing what to say. But in light of that, it doesn't surprise me that no one would ever believe I was sick. With medicine that fucking stupid, why would they? All it does is reinforce how hopeless everything is. I just constantly wonder, why did my father or my own doctor think that people would be smarter in the future? And medicine would be better? My servant has been helping me get through all the funeral stuff. Well, I mean, she's been guiding me through the rites. Practically doing them for me, really. I'm so weak. I'm so stunned. I don't even know how I've been getting out of bed. I couldn't describe any of the ceremony. It's all a blur. And then lots of black dress, I suppose. That's my only impression. And crying. Lots of crying. For me. It's weird.
And she wants to speak to us.
Yes. Okay. Speak or show first?
Speak.
Speak. Okay. Look. Please, do you trust me? I'll say yes.
Yeah, because kind of have to.
Oh, this is why she killed everyone. Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small, and I just lost my only friend. And then I'll give you my last two diary entries. They have the whole story. Just please don't judge me while you read them, please. I went and found that prostitute. Now
Show her why did she have to die?
I don't really have anything to add to that. She just didn't deserve to die. Jazz. God. Excess of wood? What the fuck is that even supposed to mean? I mean, yeah.
Pretty much.
That hell. Dear Diary. This sounds so pathetic to say. I've tried rewriting this a million times just to make it sound less pathetic for me, and I simply can't. There are two things that made life worthwhile. Two things that made this last year before I die be bearable. The first was Jaehua's company, being the one person that was friendly to me. The second is getting fucked. For the past few months, that is what I've been saving all my energy for. That brief, precious half hour every few nights where I feel fulfilled. If only in the most literal sense. It's the most lovely feeling, and now I'll never feel it again. The two things making my last year of life worth living, gone forever.
Why did her husband abandon her?
Well, she's getting to it. The past few nights, I've been trying to get the Emperor's attention in that way, pleading silently for his affections with no luck. On the fourth, or was it the fifth day, he finally took me aside and said, painful annoyance in his voice, "No, stop that. It's completely inappropriate. You're supposed to
That's
be
why.
in mourning." I mean, he has
Yes.
a very valid point.
Yeah, his wife just died. One of his wives just died.
Yeah. Show some damn chastity, or do you have no respect for my wife and your queen at all? They snapped. When I looked confused, he just lectured me. When I cried, he sighed, held me tightly, then left the room. I haven't spoken to him since, but later that day, my servant came to my room with good quote-unquote news. I was to go visit my family for a couple months, while the house is in mourning for Jay Hua. I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able, so just like that, I was sent back to hell. I was dressed in the usual veil, so nobody would see my face, as I was escorted back to the Kim house in the middle of the night. Mother and father were there, briefly, to greet me, and in spite of how I felt about them, I put on my bravest smile and bowed and nodded politely to their questions about how I was doing. Then they had to go to bed and leave me alone with sister. Young Suk was nowhere to be seen. No, I never thought you'd end up visiting us again so soon. I shrugged. Well, let's have some tea. It's still just us girls around. She said. I nodded. Seemed like a good enough idea. There was a pause. Well, go make it, she snapped, removing any doubt that she might treat me with any sort of friendliness. Bitch, I am married to the Emperor.
Yeah.
Of course I made the tea. I don't disobey her anymore. Thanks. So Young Suk is out, attending to official business at the moment, so you should avoid him. He's still angry at you because father-in-law finds you more important to the family than his own son. Can you blame him? I had no idea what she was talking about, and she just continued, so you really shouldn't talk to... Oh. So I take back all the suspicion of her lying. Oh, I guess you really can't do that, can you? Well, you know what I mean. Yes, I know exactly what she meant. I'm surprised you're back so soon, though, especially now that you don't have to share your husband. Does that mean you're the primary wife now? I don't know. Does that make you queen? Oh, what great fortune you have. Father-in-law must be so proud of you. I stared at her, wishing nothing more than to be able to kill her through sheer force of rage. How could she possibly say something so awful? My only friend was dead, and here she was, haunting me. What an awful thing to do. But I couldn't hate her to death, no matter how much I tried. So instead, I tried holding back angry tears to hide my weakness. I couldn't do that either. So I'm guessing, what's her face? Shit, what's her? Han. Literally, we don't know her personal name even. But the Young Suk's wife, I'm guessing she, like, made Hyune mute.
It seems that way.
I feel like that's something she would do.
She is bitch enough for it, that's for sure.
So, well, maybe she'll explain when we show it to Hyune.
Mm-hmm.
Just please keep reading. Okay, helpful. Next one's
I'll kill them all.
Cool. Dear Diary, I was far too feverish to do any real cooking, so my servant was doing all the work for me that night. When father came in, I think he was drunk, or maybe just tired, or fucking stupid. You know, child, he said to me, you grew up to be a wonderful daughter. I was shocked to hear. Oh, I see where this is going. I was shocked to hear him say that and waved my servant out of the kitchen. I'd never heard even the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moment, it even made me happy to hear that. That surprised me, that I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval, so why now? He continued to make me wonder. When he asked, do you remember what you were like as a child? I nodded, but I wasn't certain I did. You were so temperamental. You argued all the time. You didn't want to get married when the time came. You just didn't never know your place, you know.
Fuck you.
That's right.
I say to him.
Yep. That was back when I thought there was a pint to being defiant. Why was that, I wondered? That's the part that amazes me now. I tried to think of a reason why I might want to be defiant, why I valued independence, and at first I couldn't even think of anything. I'd forgotten entirely.
Don't tell, young suck, but it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity, but that attitude of yours. Thought I'd never manage to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideals of yours.
He said while I tried to think of what they were.
There were times I thought it was a mistake to have hatched you, but you came through, you really did. No, it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you.
Then he patted me on the head.
Turned out to be a good girl. And that's all I wanted to say. It's hard raising you to be a perfect woman. A proper woman, but you've turned out to be perfect. Thank you, he sobbed.
I stared, speechless, and I tried to remember what crazy, uncivilized ideas was he talking about. Thinking back to those days, or back to before I was frozen, I tried to remember. I had dreams of what adulthood would be, but they were so unimaginably different from what reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible. Completely impossible. Nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. I tried to think what they were, to imagine them. In those dreams, I was a strong, independent woman named Sasha Fierce. I wasn't just a wife in those dreams. I had a job, working as a ship's engineer, following in the footsteps of my father. My real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was a happy lesbian. I was happy just to go on dates with girls my age in the ship's plaza and fall in love before making any commitments. I dreamed of being free. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain. That's what those dreams were about. That's what I'd wanted. But father, no, Kim Jong-soo, rather, had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I learned to stop arguing, stop trying to fight, stop dreaming of those things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman, and he was proud of that. Proud of destroying my dreams. And now I would die under the house of that man. Silenced, broken, hopeless, and unloved. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I'd ever held in my life. The deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I could imagine. I looked at the knife near my hand and wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched, and it was too hard to keep a grip. I was just too weak, I'd never be able to do it. He smiled at me and sighed.
Sorry, please, go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you more.
Then, just as Hero was about to go out the door, he added,
take care of yourself.
At that moment, I vowed that I would. I wouldn't worry anymore about all those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab him to death. I was too weak for that. But then I remembered, there were other ways. If I disable life support, I can kill him and all the others too. It'll be quick. It'll be easy. Not a one of them don't deserve it. All I'd need to disable it is the admin password. It's perfect.
Okay. I mean, I get where she's coming from, but also there's more than just those two families on the ship.
That we know of. Yeah, because there's there's plenty of other families.
Mm-hmm.
They're never talked about directly, but yeah, they're there. Like the only glimpse of them is them talking about the courtesans
And the farmers.
Yeah. Also, this this makes me think that while she was in stasis, she was also an AI. I don't know. It still isn't. There's nothing at the moment still pointing to her being
Why do you think she
ported
was an
into
AI?
an AI. I don't know. No, I don't know.
I feel like the AI part might be coming.
Or might just be a simple. It happened. Deal with it.
Anyone else talk to her?
Not so much as talk.
Well, so there you are then. Now you know, it's true. I did do what she said I did. Not gonna lie, I really wish you'd never met her. Wish you'd never said anything to you. I just thought it was so nice the way things were with us before. Things started out so well. I got to be cheery for the first time in my life since I was a child. Talking about actual romantic things together, having fun with cosplay, and just, having someone there to talk to. Someone who wasn't interested in shutting me up. But now, well, please, you've read my diary. You have to know it's not. I didn't. You have to understand, right? Even if you think what I did was wrong, look, I've never really been dishonest with you. Okay, fine, I lied about being an AI, but I told you the truth. Could have deceived you, but I didn't. You still trust me. I've never really lied to you. Not seriously. You don't have to think what I did was acceptable, but please, tell me you trust me. Do we trust her?
I don't know. Everything sounds fitting with the way everything's been described with both Mute and Hume.
I guess.
It's still just that weird hang up where I'm just like, how are you an AI then? Is what I'm like, that's still looming over everything.
Well, let's say we trust her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really? At my word. I mean, of course, like, I'm so sorry. I should have had faith in you. Like, I really should have, but I'm really bad at this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can't believe I even doubted you for a second. Look, that means a lot to me. That means so much. I mean, I'm sure what I did wasn't right. I know. I'm sure you don't think it was. I want you to understand, right? For someone for someone as good to me as you've been, I want you to at least please understand. You don't have to forgive me, but hear me out. Sure, we can hear you out.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. You're a really good person, much better than me. Thanks. Done very well. It's probably just better if I show you. There's a data block that contains all the logs that matter, but my family encrypted it because, well, it should be obvious why after you read it. You need to drop to the terminal and decrypt block 7. Okay, let me know when you've done that and I'll show you.
Okay.
Override terminal. Decrypt
7.
Wait. Very well. These are, it's really hard for me to read. I haven't seen mine since I wrote them, and I haven't seen my family's, well, ever. Well, I think I found, look, here I've added some. Just please read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain. What would happen if we just go in and decrypt blocks 1 and 8?
We can try.
Yeah, let's try that. Okay, invalid block. Invalid block. Okay. Maybe I'm not sure if that they just are invalid or if
they're story based. Like potentially, like we never tried to do any of the ones that we had to do decryption for. Oops.
Right.
So it may be story blocked. I don't know. That seems too easy though to just make it story blocked.
The Nightmarish Book.
Yeah. By Hyo Min Jung. That is Young Suk's father's wife.
No, oh, I'm looking at. I mean, no, because.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hyo Min Jung. Married to Kim Jung Soo?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. That's
oh,
what I did.
Sorry. Top left. Yeah. Sorry. Different Hyo. It's Jung Soo's wife. Let's see. What's a good voice for her? Seems that in the year I spent visiting my parents, everything has gone to hell in my husband's family without his knowing. Clearly, I never should have left. He has an idea, but doesn't understand just how bad things have gotten. When I left, it all seemed under control. Pale Bride would be of the right age to be married to the Emperor soon enough. We would be able to use that connection to bring favor to the family. A good plan, except it turns out the Pale Bride is not even close to ready for marriage age. For marriage, age has nothing to do with it. It's the maturity she lacks. When she first awoke, right before I left, she seemed a little confused, but that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed to, and it seemed obvious enough that anyone born so far in the past would have some difficulty adjusting to modern life. This is far beyond that. There's something simply wrong with that child. When I got back, the first thing Young Suk's wife did was tell me all about how sorry she was for not being able to control the child. I rolled my eyes, as if a grown woman couldn't handle someone of her age. Are you going to raise my grandson like that? I asked. She was quiet and let me see the Pale Bride for myself. The first time I saw Young Suk try to get her to do something as simple as sort out his laundry, she wasn't just disobedient. She was openly defiant. When I stepped in to admonish her, I had absolutely no effect. All she did was argue back at me. I tried every approach I could think of, appealing to filiality, explaining how important a virtue obedience was, even trying to appeal to sentimentality. Everything. She just kept saying the same thing, that it wasn't fair to make her do it. Here's the obvious concern, and it's what I said to her. Are you going to tell your husband he's not being fair when he wants something from you? I thought that would put some sense into it, but no, she just answered yes. There's no way this unruly child could possibly be marriageable. Not like this. She'd be sent back within a day. With good reason. What man could possibly want a nightmare like her in his life?
Okay, wait. So maybe she was Young Suk's. Well, they were both Hoon something.
No. Let's see. First time I saw Young Suk try to get a hold of her. She explicitly refers to Young Suk's wife. So it's when Young Suk showed the Pale Bride to his brother.
Well, no, Hyune is like when you show it to Hyune, you'll see.
Oh no, not to uncle. Aunt and uncle is the relation. Jungsu and him and Jung. Or actually, no, it could have. No, it's Hae and Jung. It says so on the letter. Also, gotcha, Mechanalyst. Will do. Take care.
Have a
good night. Sorry. Now I showed it to her.
Mother, I don't even know what to say about her, even now. This is the first time I've read what she wrote, and it's just, well, there's more. Here, read them for yourself.
Mother.
June.
Hold on. Not yet, that's it. That's the next one. His mother. Pale Bride reads this one.
Dear Diary, the good news is, health-wise, I seem to be doing much better this month. I'm sure this isn't a permanent thing, it's happened before. Can't really remember how the doctor from the past explained it anymore, but he said it was pretty normal and not something to get my hopes up about. Still, some days this month I actually had enough energy to move around. Felt that I could move around, of course. Can't leave the house. A good girl shouldn't is what everyone keeps saying. but I have the energy to, at least, and that's something. Big news is that the woman who's supposed to be my adopted mother came back. I didn't really say her much before she left. I might as well have been meeting a new person. I wish I could say I had high hopes for her, that I had thought that maybe she'd be fine. That'd be a lie, though. I knew she'd be as bad at the moment the moment I saw her. And she was, of course, she was. She was even worse than sister-in-law. She gives all these horrible lectures. I can't even describe them. They're that horrible. She's that horrible. Wait.
Hmm?
I'm just confused why Young Suk's wife is her sister-in-law.
No, that's not it. She's even worse than sister-in-law.
Yeah, I know. Hyo Min-jun is Jung-soo's wife, who is the uncle of Young Suk.
Mm-hmm.
So that
should
make
she was referring to god damn it.
She's referring to Young Suk's wife as sister-in-law.
No.
Hmm?
She's talking about Han, Young Suk's wife, not she has another sister. Young Suk and his wife had a daughter, and then they hatched her. It's just that for some reason, her mother-in-law, I guess, would be the term for it.
No, because
No.
it doesn't matter. Bye, Mechanist.
An independent woman. If you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her, simply and rationally? Jung-soo asked me. My response was obvious. She's a woman. We're not particularly rational. He said, you know what I mean. I could hardly do it. But coming from a woman, perhaps she will understand that it's all for her own good. Maybe, I said, doubting myself. But I tried anyway. She took her time arriving after I summoned her to my room. Can we speak? I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm. She glared and then snapped. Fine. I asked her to sit down. She refused. Look, I said, trying to speak to her as an equal. I still didn't think my husband was right. But it was worth trying. Been told you'd rather be called Hyun I. Is that right? She said, yes, bitterly, not giving me much to go off. That's a very pretty name, I said. Thanks, she said, but her voice was still unfriendly. My parents gave it to me, I said. You must miss them very much, she nodded. I don't understand, Hyun. Were you so difficult with them, too? No, she said. They were nice. They actually cared about me. They're nothing like you people. I sighed. I care about you, Hyun. You're part of the family. You're Kim. Your parents are our ancestors. And I know they think it's very important that we raise you right. If you want to be a bad, unfilial daughter and treat us without any respect, well, you wouldn't be the first. Do you really think an old woman like me really cares that much about your opinion of me? Thought maybe I'd try appealing to her selfishness. Her marriage is important to the family, but clearly she doesn't care about filiality. It's you I'm worried about. Do you think any husband is really going to put up with the way you are for even a second? She kept glaring at me. That's all you keep talking about. Marriage, marriage, marriage. I'm 14. I'm 14 years old. What's wrong with you? Why does everything have to be about some man? Why do I have to marry somebody that you pick? She screamed at me. I remained calm. You're going to be a royal concubine, Hyun. We're not dumping you off on just anyone. There is no better man. I don't know if you were already engaged in the past, but your parents would do the same if they could. If if what's best for you, they would want this. Now they wouldn't, she shrieked. They wanted me to grow up. They wanted me to be an independent woman. That's what mom and dad thought was most important. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't care about marriage. Independent woman? They wanted you to be a whore? I asked, my patient one as thin as anyone's would be. I didn't believe for a second my husband's ancestors were the monsters she was making them to be. I was sick of this. Get out, I snapped at her. Just get out.
Jody Yuna. Saya. Are you just showing me that because you want to see more from her? That's not why.
Yeah, that's not why I want your opinion on the matter.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what to say. She was cruel, so cruel. Not ever at her perspective, it doesn't change anything. Fine, she actually believed what she was saying. That doesn't make all of it right. I hate her. I don't care if she's long dead. I don't care if I was the one who did it. I still hate her. I hate her, 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 I hate her. Oh, Jay, sorry. I didn't mean to work myself up like that. It's just, you don't pity her, do you? I don't. Good.
Nah,
Me
I
either.
don't.
That's what I had to live with. Reading what she wrote, she honestly believed that. It just reminds me how I ended up thinking, how I completely gave up and believed her attitude. She tried to wear me down. She succeeded. She doesn't deserve pity, and I didn't deserve what she did to me. I could never forgive her, ever. I'm really glad you understand. Sorry, I've calmed down now. It's hard to think about even now. I really do hate her. Oh, she has more.
Okay.
She has more. There was one big fight I had with her, the one that changed everything, the one I finally lost. My diary makes it sound really dramatic. I know I was young at the time, but it really was. Just read it. It's exactly how it went. The new anxiety. Young Stuck's wife.
I
Dearest
think there's...
mother,
Yeah.
my
there you go.
mother-in-law has relieved me of any responsibility for looking after the pale bride. As a matter of pride, I feel bad that a simple child is too much for me to handle. But I'm certainly glad she's not my problem anymore. Now I can put my undivided attention back where it belongs, onto my husband and his ambitions. Tell me though, mother, because I know we didn't always get along that well. I was never that bad, was I? Sure, we were both happy when I moved out. Well, perhaps I wasn't happy right away. I was more scared. But I'm sure you were relieved to have some space. But you would have never given up on me, right? I was never that bad, was I? Deep down I worry. My husband seems content to take his time to have children, which is a decision I can certainly live with. But what about when we do? What if we have a daughter? Will I fail with her too? And I've been telling myself that it's not me, it's her. She's a peculiarly unruly child, and it's not ordinarily that bad. It's not right. Please tell me I have nothing to worry about, please. Show message. You know, I never did like her. When I woke up, she was just this awful bitch. Just kept saying the most awful bitch things. Never bad as mother, but still. I didn't read any of her letters when I was alive, of course, but you know what really surprised me? She made such an awful impression on my life. I hated her the most for so long. She barely ever mentioned me. God. All my suffering, it was just a minor distraction to her. Nothing more insignificant compared to her man. Ugh. One more. The user grade. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about her. There's one thing I keep thinking though. Just one thing. I have no idea what her name was.
Family tree says Han.
Hmm. But that's just her family name.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, we don't know her personal name. Now it's my last stand? Yeah.
Dear Diary, everything managed to spiral out of control so quickly today. I wasn't planning on it happening this way, but here's the point where I make my stand, I guess. Sounds dramatic, but I won't just let them marry me off to some stranger. I won't. I won't let them. Just before dinner yesterday, Mother told me that I had to do an interview with some man, the Emperor, I guess. For all I care. The way she put it was, I'd get a chance to see that he's a man you could fall in love with, or something stupid like that. As if, I said in response, and I spent the rest of the evening thinking about what I could possibly do to make it clear that I wouldn't let them do this. This morning, after breakfast, sister-in-law showed up in my room.
Morning, she said. Well, that's a big day for you, isn't it? Mother-in-law wanted me to help you get dressed up and made up all blah.
You'll want to make a good first impression after all. I glared at her and summoned up all my courage.
No, I don't want to go to the ball.
What? She asked.
No, I'm not going.
She left and Mother herself came in. This was it, I told myself. This was the big moment.
No,
I said. Before she could say anything.
no, not going to get dressed up. I don't want to meet the Emperor. I don't want to marry the Emperor.
I shouted. For a moment, she said nothing. Then she left without saying a word. I thought that would feel good, but it didn't. It just made me worry more. I couldn't have possibly won that easily. I thought, and I hadn't, of course. After a few minutes, she returned with Father, who looked incredibly angry and was wearing a top hat for some reason.
Min-Jun says you're refusing to get ready for your interview.
He said. Yeah, I stammered, not used to talking to him.
No, I won't get married. No.
He walked over in just 2 strides, then glared at me for a second. I had no idea what he was gonna do. Then he slapped me. It felt good. It was weird. Anyway, it was so hard it knocked me over.
Yes, you will. I'll drag you there kicking and screaming if I have to.
My face in so much pain, I forced myself to sit back up.
No.
I said, bracing for if he hit me again. He did.
Yes, you will, he said.
I said. This continued for several hours. I couldn't keep this up. It already hurt so much. I couldn't just brave that out. Then it came to me.
If you make me do the interview,
I said, I'll tell the Emperor that you've been conspiring behind his back.
It was all I could think of, and all I could do was cross my fingers and hope the threat worked.
It had to. He glared at me, and in that moment, I knew it worked. The two of them looked at each other, and then they both left together. That was 3 hours ago. I don't know what's going to happen now, and I think my face is swollen. It still hurts, and I didn't want it to go that way. So that's me, making my stand. It was cool.
I'm guessing they're gonna cut out her tongue or something.
Something
So
to
that
that
she-
regard.
Yeah. Show message.
I'll get to that, but for now, just look at everything else.
Okay. Drastic measures.
The pale bride picked the worst of all possible days to throw another one of her childish fits, refusing to even get dressed for her interview. And this one was with the Emperor himself. Not even my husband was able to get her to listen. He had to personally apologize himself for not being able to bring her as scheduled, and lied about a sudden illness. You have to do something about her, I said to my husband that evening. She's completely out of control. I know, he said. It's quite clear. He looked so worried. I hugged him and tried to comfort him. Everything would fall apart if something couldn't be done. She threatened to say something stupid and dangerous to the Emperor, and we were both scared that she might. Maybe it's time to consider doing something drastic, I said to him. He nodded. I know, he said. I can only think of one idea. I do not like it. I would rather not. Even hitting her was far worse than I would have wanted. He explained his idea to me, and I agreed that it was terrible, and I didn't like it either. But I would stop her from arguing, stop her from ruining her own life. My husband was, as always, right. There was only one way.
Ooh.
Peace at last! Recently, the pale bride's temperament has improved immensely. It isn't simply that she's now quiet, it's that she's actually respectful and calmer. After rescheduling, she had an interview with the Emperor, and he was actually quite charmed with her. I'm just so happy, for her own sake, that she's finally stopped resisting the marriage. It's coming together now. A date has been set for when she'll be sent to live with him, and in the meanwhile, things at home have been peaceful again, for everyone. Actually, it's better than that. Than just that, I've been spending more time with her, of her own free will. I've been giving her advice for coping with marriage. Now the girl actually listens, politely. Otherwise, there is little else to write about. I wish there had been a better way to get her to behave, but in the end, it seems to be working out. I still can't imagine how awful it would be if she'd refused to ever leave the home, and simply made life hell for us. Or worse, if she'd got sent off and tried to pull any of that on her husband. She'd get sent back, for sure. Maybe now things will finally start to come together for the family. I must admit, for a time I doubted the optimism that Jungsu expressed in the 319th year, but now it seems that he was right all along. What a relief.
A message of her own free will. I can't believe she actually said that. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. I can't believe how she could possibly have thought that. Just unbelievable. New promise.
Dearest mother, today the pale bride finally left home to live with her new husband. As she isn't a primary wife, there was no fanfare or ceremony for her departure itself, so instead, last night we had a special big feast to commemorate. I know I have said bad things about her before, but it's not just that I was happy to see her gone. She's been better since mother and father-in-law managed to get her to keep quiet. The thought of it still leaves me really uncomfortable. She was always just a confused child. I hate the fact that the family considers her so important and neglects my husband, and I certainly hate her for not appreciating that status and fighting it. But the fact that she doesn't understand this world, I can feel for that. It's not like I always understand myself. Regardless, it went very well. The big feast was my idea, and she was happy to help with the cooking. She has to cook her own feast? What the fuck? Here earlier, she had spent the afternoon getting ready the dress she was going to wear when she arrived, with mother-in-law, and she seemed rather anxious about it. While we cooked, I opened the wine early and poured it for her. I think she needed it. I told her the same story I told you a while ago, about how scared I was when I first moved in. It seems as though it was a lifetime ago, and yet despite all the strangeness, I have grown so accustomed to it. You'll eventually grow to love him, I promised her, just as you promised me all those years ago. Appreciate how good you'll have it. And now she wants to talk.
Mm-hmm.
You've read almost everything now. I know you've had faith in me, and I promise it hasn't been misplaced. There's just one more thing. I don't think you'll be surprised. You seem smart, I'm sure. I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. Still, go ahead, ask it. Ask me the obvious question.
Speak?
The last,
Or...
yeah, Muse questions, the last one. Why did you kill?
Mute questions. Question 9. Show.
Why did I kill them? Here, you want to know what can make me look at my father's face and be filled with so much hatred? You want to know how I could possibly think my whole family deserved to die? If you haven't already guessed, here's my last diary entry. I can't say it myself. I can't bring myself to, even now. Let's just read it. Good thing we held off on that one.
Yeah. 7.
Block 7.
Forever silenced.
Dear Diary, the evening where everything went wrong, well, where I thought I was going to win with my adopted parents, well, it didn't. I lost. Making my stand, I wrote, just hours before it happened. Yeah, right. When I got called into the kitchen, they were both there. On one of the stove burners, there was a knife. I thought it was a bit weird, but I didn't care. Father stared at me and said, "The fighting needs to end now." He was so sure of himself. Of course he was. He had every reason to be, but I stubbornly stood my ground. I said, no.
I do not want to hurt you, he lied. Just promise to be less argumentative and this can end peacefully. But I just had to fight back. I just had to say, no. Just had to remind him. I wasn't joking. I really will tell the Emperor you've hurt me. You plotted against him. No, he said. You won't. He motioned at Mother and said, bring her over. She grabbed me, and I tried to dig my feet in, but it didn't work. Then Father pinned me against the wall with his whole body, and I kicked and screamed, desperately trying to get free, but it was no use. He was big, and I was small and sick and weak and frail and blonde and hot. Then he grabbed a knife from the stove, and I shrieked in horror. No! I screamed at him. Don't! But then Mother grabbed my mouth and held it open. I tried to keep screaming, but I was powerless and terrified. When he raised the knife towards me, I thought he was going to kill me. It was worse. The next thing I knew, I could just taste disgusting flesh as he stuck his fingers in my mouth and pulled. I'm sorry, Mother said, and then briefly I could taste the steel, then nothing but blood. All I could taste was so much blood, nothing but blood. Finally, they both let go of me and I collapsed onto the floor. I wanted to sigh, but I couldn't. I blacked out from the pain after that. But just before I did, I could swear I heard Father say, "You will not ever argue with any man again." He was right, of course. Ooh. Ooh.
She wants
Wait.
to talk.
Yeah, I'm just confused. How did the Emperor not notice this? Like, presumably they kissed.
That's not a known. In this era, I think it would actually be quite common not to kiss, especially given that she was the second wife. And basically referred to as a just a concubine.
Mm-hmm. That's why. That's why I gave up. That's why I wanted to kill him so much. Sorry, it's really hard to talk about. It's just, I'll try. I'm sorry. I told you it makes sense, right? That there was a good reason. Please, don't tell me you don't think I've let you down. I mean, it's a valid reason. It's not good enough for killing everyone on the ship. But, like, I can see why she was desperate.
Yeah.
So you haven't. I haven't? You mean you understand then?
Oh, the understanding is not the problem.
Yeah.
But yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That really means so much to me. I'm so glad. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't think. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I was terrified. So terrified you might not. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, delete Hune. Speak with Hune. Right. I have really strong feelings about. It's not like I've been pouring my heart out to you because I like you. I really think you're a good person. You're a good listener and a great. I'm in love with you.
You have no idea who the fuck we are.
Yeah. This is so embarrassing. I know I'm being really silly, right? I mean, I know you're thinking, right? You think that's ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes.
It is. You literally have not spoken with us.
I know, but I can't help it. I really do feel that way about you. I'm in love. When I talk to you, it's just, you understand me. You've heard my whole life story, and you've heard about the bad things I've done, and you don't hate me. That feels so wonderful. I guess it's a little silly given how short it's been, but you know me better than anyone's known me in my life. I think we wouldn't have gotten this far if there wasn't something special between us. I know, it's a lot to spring on someone just like that, and I don't even know if you're even a man or the sort of woman who wouldn't have a problem with that and still unmarried. Do you think we might have a chance together? Even just a chance? No.
No, you're an AI. And
Yeah.
there's a myriad of other reasons why.
And you're an AI on reserve power.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was a long shot, I know. I'm not mad at you or anything. I had to say it. If you can understand everything I've told you, I'm sure you can understand that. I've been holding that in for a while. It's just... Jeez. Anyway, it's fine. Forget about it. Anyway, there was something else I still want to ask you. It doesn't have to be as your wife or anything. I'd rather be it I understand you don't want that. But will you please take me with you? Just as a, what's the word? Can't think of it. What's it good for a friend except female? I'm drawing a blank here. Isn't it just friend?
Yeah.
Whatever. Can you just take me with you as like a passenger? Please?
Mm.
This is important. Do we take her with us? I mean, she is an unstable, abused woman with ability to hack and also, you know, has murdered many people.
Not wrong. You're not wrong. I feel like I'm still missing just the again, it's just like, how the fuck is she an AI?
I
feel like
at
that
this point,
that
we're
is like
just kind of
yeah, I think at this point
There's
they're just
kind
like
of a-
just accept it.
she uploaded herself somehow when she did the password thing.
I feel like maybe if we had gotten further with Mute may have had something to say on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because at some point she had to turn off Mute.
Yeah.
So it feels like she like persuaded Mute to do something, and then
I mean, she said that like she's a couple hundred gigs of memories on a file somewhere. So like
Mhm.
presumably she uploaded her memories
Mhm.
and that kind of however that works.
Yeah. Do we take her? Yeah.
I mean, we might as well. Cause like also like if we do leave her here, she'll die.
Yeah. And presumably our security systems are better equipped
And-
for her.
Yeah, because also like she did have the passwords to the ship.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just we just don't give her the passwords to anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like not our Netflix, not not our space Netflix. But okay, I'll take you. Thank you so much. I hope I don't sound ungrateful for you know, considering I'm saying thank you. Even if you don't feel the same way about me, it's still the best thing anyone's ever done for me. So very well, I'll decompile myself now. That way you can just drop the terminal and type download to copy everything to your ship, including myself. Should only take a few days to do a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, alright? And really, thank you.
Is this a time where we could potentially shortly turn her off and turn back on Mute?
Well, let's see something. Power control enable. We'll list first. Power control enable core 1.
We have to disable core 2 first because we only have 20% to work with. Yeah, we'd have to shut off Hue and then bring back.
Oh, I tried
Mute.
to disable core 2. It says you cannot perform that action, so
Oh.
So.
Hmm.
Bye, Mute.
So what are you doing?
I'm just gonna download Hune.
Guess so.
And receiving files. And fade to black. And meanwhile, while we're waiting, oh my god, she's on our computer now.
And credits.
Yeah. It was decent. I really wish that. Oh, we have to click through the credits. Okay.
Oh.
I was like, really? Christine loved it. Everything. I wish that there had been pictures for the people. Oh, incoming message.
Mm-hmm.
We work on recovering the Mu Gonghua files. I just spoke to the sponsor's representative on audio. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I've credited your account with the standard payment. Listen, I've got another job lined up for you. It's on Earth, but it sounds to me like after that last job, you could use a change of pace. There's a man whose wife... I missed the last
Yeah,
bit.
I missed the last bit too. Why did that one auto skip?
Yeah, seriously.
Ending 1. Completion rate 76%. Thanks for playing.
Itself, I really liked. The format was a little bit wonky and kind of hard to follow at times.
Yeah, I was fine with the format once we finally got the flow of it. But at the beginning I'm just like, it feels like I'm skipping stuff or not getting all the information I should be.
I feel like that was the point though.
Yeah, it's fair.
Like you were just kind of being dumped in and just trying to figure out how does everything connect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time with this. There's stuff we didn't read. I think one block was all Emperor's Wife's stories. We didn't really.
Presumably there was a block 1 and a block 8.
Presumably, yeah.
And I'm assuming that we would have gotten those in Mute Story Route.
Maybe. Cause yeah, Mute may have been able to give that to us. It feels like I feel like we should have done more with Mute. But then again, we're already at 5.5 hours. Basically.
Yeah, and also for the meltdown sequence, we were literally on a timer, so we didn't really have much chance to do much.
I wasn't expecting us to be locked into Hune.
Which I mean, in fairness, I do kind of like that.
It does lend itself to replayability at the very least.
Yeah, and also I like that they had the timer there too for that decision.
Yeah.
Because when they were saying it's if you shut off one of the cores, it's going to start degrading. I kind of took that as you won't be able to reactivate her.
Mm-hmm.
Because because the thing is otherwise it wouldn't be any different from just switching the AIs.
Mm. Yeah. Huh. So I clicked on bonus content. It tells you what the endings are, so that you can probably hint to actually getting them. Ending 2, the former bride falls in love for the first time. So I'm assuming that's if we say we loved her, which feels inappropriate.
Yeah.
Inappropriate and not real at all.
Not
we said
feasible.
Yes, no answers the entire time. 3, the investigator leaves alone. Ending 4, the security program is relieved of her duties. And 5 is the harem ending.
So I guess it is possible to leave with both.
Apparently. Or stay with them? I don't know. I don't know how that one would turn out. I don't know. Yeah, I enjoyed this a lot. And yeah, my head is still just like, even though I'm sure it's just, yeah, this happened to get over it, but I still would like an explanation as to how the fuck she became an AI. And given these ending descriptors, I'm not sure Mute would even have those answers for me.
I mean, to like honestly, like that is something that Mute story might tell you, but like I'm not bothered if it doesn't really. Like I'm
That's
just
fair.
assuming like it happened at some point when she logged in and she was gonna kill everyone.
Oh, and you can actually read all of the notes still from that additional content. Can't give it to anyone to. You can't give it to anyone to get their feedback on, but you can read the messages. Those you unlocked, though.
Oh, right, okay.
There's still empties.
Like it says, as you like unlock all of them, they just kind of pile up. And I mean, we got 6% of the content. So, but yeah, this was fun. I don't think I'm gonna do another playthrough just because.
No, I don't think so either. I don't think it'll have the answers that I still have bumping around my head.
But although I do feel like there is, like, even if you're getting the same like data blocks, I feel like you would be getting like there would be enough replayability just because of the fact that you're getting Mute's responses to those data sets rather than Hune's. So,
and they are very different from each other.
Yeah, they're very. It's like Hune. It's like I was being abused. Mute's like that bitch should know her place.
Yeah, God. But yeah, it's a good time. Glad you threw this out here, Bubbles.
Yeah. Anytime.
And I was talking with it a bit while you were in the bathroom. It's like I actually have a visual novel on my PC that I wanted to get to at a certain point in time. That maybe in like a couple months, if you'd be down for something like this again, we could do.
Oh yeah, totally. What game is it?
It is Eliza. Do you know Zachtronics games? Like Opus Magnum, Space Chem.
Wasn't that like Alchemy game?
Yes, that's Opus Magnum.
Yeah.
They're the developers of that, which is just like all programmer and engineer type fun stuff that I really enjoy, but is very niche. But they actually have someone on their team who is a writer, and I actually really enjoyed Opus Magnum's story, and they made a full-blown visual novel called Eliza. And I wanted to play that, and I have it. I just haven't played it yet.
I'm literally just putting it in like our Discord conversation just so like I'll have it because I don't really have it. Because like I said, this is like a different part of my computer, so any notes I leave on here would be hard to access from my regular computer part.
Yep. I can probably just grab the Steam page for it.
Although I feel like I'll look back in a couple months and be like, why the fuck did I type Eliza? It's like, is she someone I should know about?
Although, shoot, wrong thing. There's the Steam page for it.
Ooh. Also, it's like 3D, and is it like 3D, like visual novel, or?
I don't think so.
Picture's
I think for the most
small.
part, it's just a pretty straightforward visual novel. Pretty sure. But yeah, in maybe like a couple months or so, we might. If you're down for
Okay,
it, we could try for
yeah,
that.
it's not 3D. It's just like a painted art style,
Yeah.
which honestly, I really dig the art style.
Yeah, it very much reminds me of not the actual programming bits of Opus Magnum, but like where they have like overviewing shots of the cities and like character portraits and stuff like that. It has that style.
Reminds me also a little bit of the Transistor art style, like a tad bit.
Transistor's a
just
bit
the-
more stylized versus their look is.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Actually,
It's
eh.
mostly just the picture I'm looking at. Just
Mhm.
like the girl on the left reminds me of the main character from Transistor. Like
Yeah, like red.
a blonde girl with like a side thing. But
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they're. Yeah.
so this is fun. Who should we raid?
That's a good Christian who's live.
There's Dan Jones, Jimmy Wetzel, Chords, Gerard the Finishionist,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a couple other people I follow.
Also, I think there's. I don't know why I followed them, but I think there's an official Miku Twitch. It's called
Oh.
CFM_or official, and they're live apparently.
I mean, do we want? To
I'm not
raid
gonna
Miku?
raid them. I'm not gonna raid them. But they're live, and I was just like, oh yeah, I apparently followed this a long time ago. We can go
Maybe
say
they're
hi.
showing off the new official Hatsune Miku My Little Pony figurine.
I did see that was a thing.
I like it's just mind blowing to me just that like Hasbro and Miku.
Mind blowing, but also like nice.
Yeah.
Feels fitting, strangely enough.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm down to go say hi to Chords, your usual
Okay.
partner in crime with these visual novel streams.
Yeah, like one of the few times I raid Chords where it's like not one of a case of like, oh, I was totally not expecting this.
Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you, Bubbles.
Yeah. Thank you. And our raid message, as always, is well, for me, you can have something different.
I just typically do my love emote and then bar yeet, just to throw some love at them.
Well, mine is we would like to speak to the manager.
That is typically how you've rated.
I really need to just have a raid command to just post that for me.
But yeah. Thanks again. Have yourselves a wonderful night and go yeet some love on over to court.
Yeah, say hi to Chords for us.
Goodbye.
Bye, all.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.